We're good? All right. The time is now 5:31 on Wednesday, December 21st, 2022, and this public meeting of the DC State Board of Education will come to order. The roll will now be called to determine the presence of a quorum. Director Butler, would you please call the roll?
Representative Bernstadt?
Here.
Representative Burgess? Representative Burgess? Representative Wages? Representative Wages? Representative Washington? Representative Washington? Representative Gasoy?
Present.
Representative Chang?
Present.
Representative Wattenberg? Representative O'Leary?
Here.
Representative Parker? President Sutter?
Here.
Vice President Thompson?
Here.
Representative Reed? Representative Patterson?
Present.
President Sutter, you have a quorum.
Thank you. A quorum has been determined, and the State Board will now proceed with the business portion of the meeting. Members, we have a draft agenda before us. Are there corrections or additions to the agenda? Seeing no changes, I will entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
The motion being properly moved and seconded, I will ask for the yeas and nays. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. The motion is approved. We now have the minutes of our December 7th working session. Is there a motion to adopt these minutes? Is there a second?
Second.
The motion being properly moved and seconded, is there discussion? Seeing no discussion, the motion is on adoption of the December 7th working session minutes. I will ask for the yeas and nays. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The motion is approved. Good evening. My name is Jessica Sutter. I'm the Ward 6 representative and president of the DC State Board of Education. On behalf of the members of the District of Columbia State Board of Education, I want to welcome our guests and our viewing public to our public meeting. The State Board plans to continue our in-person posture for public meetings. The State Board holds its regularly scheduled public meetings on the third Wednesday of every month at the Old Council Chambers at 441 4th Street Northwest. This meeting is being broadcast live via the District Knowledge Network and live streaming via the State Board's YouTube page at DC SBOE. Before I get to a discussion of the items on tonight's agenda, I want to take some time to share a few updates and highlights from the past month. The State Board is delighted to formally welcome our new Executive Director, Ms. Bernice Butler, to her first public meeting on the dais. Ms. Butler began her service after our November public meeting and has spent the past month onboarding to the agency, participating in many trainings and orientations to her role as agency head, and meeting with members of our board and her agency team. We're delighted to have her leading the agency, and we look forward to the work ahead. On the same day we officially welcomed Ms. Butler, the State Board also welcomed a new staff member in the brand new role of Education Standards Specialist. We're grateful to have Ms. Kathleen Coughlin as part of the best team in DC government and are grateful for the impressive work she's already done in her first month with the State Board. Ms. Coughlin assembled tonight's panel on the DC Social Studies Standards and is deep in an analysis of the new standards for our board members. Welcome, Ms. Coughlin. I also want to note for the audience here and at home that State Board members testified at 3 public hearings over the last month, hosted by the Council of the District of Columbia on chronic absenteeism, literacy, and the DGS response to conditions of school facilities. Thank you to my colleagues for continuing to lift the voices and concerns of students and families from across the district. At our meeting this evening, we'll welcome a panel of experts to discuss their views on the Office of the State Superintendent for Education recently released DC Social Studies Standards. They'll weigh in on these draft standards, offering insights into how the new standards address action civics, global competency, DC history, and more. The board will also hear from several public witnesses as well. We're grateful to be hearing from you all in person as you share your testimony on draft social studies standards, proposed legislative reforms to the district's education governance structure, the current infrastructure and facility needs in public school buildings, and other important topics. The State Board will conclude our meeting considering 4 state resolutions on sexual assault data, recommendations for changes to education governance in the district, a work plan for the NASB Healthy School Facilities Network, and acknowledging the submission of a letter to the DC Education Research Collaborative. We will also consider 4 ceremonial resolutions celebrating the tenure and service of outgoing State Board members. Finally, we'll vote to adopt the 2022 annual report of the State Board and the proposed calendar of State Board working sessions and public meetings for 2023. Finally, as I chair my last meeting as president of the DC State Board of Education and as elected representative for Ward 6, I want to say thank you. It's been my honor to serve my Ward 6 neighbors for the past 4 years and to work to adopt policies of importance to all DC children, like up-to-date social studies standards, a more equitable state accountability framework, and statewide education policies that genuinely reflect the input of parents, educators, and students. I appreciate my colleagues for trusting me with a leadership role this past year, and I will leave the day as tonight with a full heart and a grateful spirit. Thank you. I turn now and welcome State Superintendent Dr. Grant for any opening statement she has this evening.
Thank you, President Sutter. I'm delighted to speak with you all this evening, primarily about the release of our social studies standards, a topic that I know is near and dear to many of our hearts. The District of Columbia has not updated its social studies standards since George W. Bush was president in 2006, and fun fact, I was a social studies teacher then. Much has changed in the 16 years since that, and I'm happy and really pleased to present draft standards for the board's consideration this evening. It has been a long process to get to tonight, and I appreciate that you've gone on this journey with us. It began in July of 2020 when the State Board convened a Social Studies Standards Advisory Committee to provide recommendation for revising the district's statewide social studies standards. The committee released guiding principles for revising the standards on December 16, 2020. In partnership with the State Board, OSSE established a technical writing committee comprised of local social study educators to use these guiding principles to draft the standards that your panel will be commenting on this evening and that the board will review and have an opportunity to approve in the coming months. These guiding principles called for fewer, clearer, and higher standards to increase rigor and depth of knowledge, coherent, developmentally appropriate, standards that were vertically aligned, increase representation of the diversity that characterizes our great city to provide both windows and mirrors for our students to lean in and learn hard history, and the inclusion of key knowledge and skills, including building student agency and voice, increasing digital literacy, and standards that complement literacy development, environmental knowledge and literacy, civic engagement, a global perspective, and an ability to identify bias and question power structures. The Technical Writing Committee worked hard to incorporate these guiding principles to build the framework for robust, well-rounded standards aimed at providing district students with the foundational knowledge and skills to meet the challenges of our day. When OSSE reviewed the first draft of the standards in the spring, we saw many strengths and innovative ideas. We also recognized that there was a need for greater coherence across the grade bands, and I've always maintained that we must dedicate the time necessary to get the work done right. As the nation's capital, we must have exemplary social studies standards, standards that other states will look to as a model for teaching students to be ready to take on the complex challenges of the modern era and become leaders in government and civil society. We also know that in this era of increased politicization of schools and standards, it is important that our draft standards stand up to outside scrutiny. Since reconvening the Technical Writing Committee this spring, I've always stated that my goal was to have a complete draft of the revised social studies standards ready for public review at the end of the calendar year, and I prioritized hiring a social studies content expert this summer to make that vision a reality. I am pleased that OSSE met this goal and released the draft standards on our website on December 16th. In addition to the Technical Writing Committee, who have done the great work of writing the 160-page revised social studies standards, I want to publicly thank our expert reviewers for going through the standards with a fine-tooth comb to provide feedback and make them even stronger. These expert reviewers were gathered from the district and across the country to provide additional content expertise, and I'm grateful to have such a strong group of experts to lean on to fortify the great work of our Technical Writing Committee. For example, Dr. Chris Myers-Ash, the author of Chocolate City, Dr. Catherine Norris, the chair of the Department of Curriculum and Instruction at Howard University, and Dr. Annalisa Haverson, the nation's top scholar in elementary education from Michigan State University. I and we at OSSI look forward to the feedback that we will receive from the State Board and DC residents. I encourage the public to weigh in. We have an abundance of knowledgeable and passionate residents in the district, and I am sure that many of you would like to review the proposed social studies standards. To do so, please find a link to the standards and a survey to provide feedback on our website or through our social media pages. The survey will remain open for 45 days until January 30th, 2023. I assure you that OSSI will review every single comment that is submitted, and I am pleased that members of the public have already begun submitting their thoughts. This spring, we will also be convening a special feedback session with our LEA partners. There will be a special feedback session with our LEA partners on January 25th to unpack the standards and gather comments from those who are responsible for implementation. We will follow that event with additional implementation support as we understand that applying new standards and courses can place a burden on educators who have worked incredibly hard to support student learning through the pandemic and beyond. Over the next 2 years, we will work with experts, district educators, and social studies organizations to create high-quality, standards-aligned instructional materials and professional development for all grade levels. This end of the work is just as important as identifying high-quality standards and will remain a priority throughout the rollout phase. As state board members and district residents review our standards, I would urge you to recall the change to aim for fewer, clearer, and higher content standards. Today, the goal of social studies education should not be for students to memorize as many important events, names, and dates as possible. Rather, students should develop a schema for understanding, interpreting, and evaluating new information, be it on the internet, in the media, from politicians, or from a loan officer. The point of the call for fewer, clearer, and higher content standards is to allow for deeper dives into different social studies content areas so that students develop both the skill sets and the passion to discover more social studies content knowledge beyond the scope of what is listed in the standards. To that end, as you are contemplating what should be added to the standards, as I am sure you will do, I would ask you to give equal thought to what should be cut so that we do not lose the thread in our fewer, clearer, and higher standards call to action. I think it is necessary to import that inquiry is not devoid of content. When students examine events like the events that led to the United States participation in World War II, that lesson, by necessity, includes content such as the dates, locations, and major figures of the war. As standards focus on building thought processes that ensure students know more than when an event occurred. As I look forward to what I know will be a robust engagement process and adoption in the spring of 2023, I want to reiterate that while, of course, the draft standards are not perfect, that is why we go through a public comment and engagement process. They are a significant advancement that should make everyone in DC proud. Thanks to the work of the State Board, the Technical Writing Committee, our expert reviewers, and the staff at OSSI, Our new course sequence is the right change to prepare students for the 21st century and increase student engagement. The proposed standards will build students' digital literacy, inquiry, and critical thinking skills, and we are so excited to have created an 8th grade Action Civics course that will help students recognize their power and their agency over shaping the future of our district and the nation. I cannot wait to share these with the world. These standards represent an incredible leap forward for students in the District of Columbia, and I hope you all will take part of the process in refining them. Yesterday, OSSI released the DC School Report Card, which included the 4-year adjusted cohort graduation rate for the class of 2022, as well as results from the DC Science Assessment for the first time. I hope families will use this information as they evaluate our robust number of school options or engage more deeply within their school communities. I also hope that other stakeholders will find the information that we provide helpful. I know the data on the DC Report Card represents an immeasurable amount of hard work done by our educators to serve our students through the 2021-20 school year, and I always want to share my appreciation for that work, and it's not bad that our graduation rate continues to increase. I recognize that my remarks are longer than usual tonight, but as we prepare to say goodbye to several members of the board and welcome new members of the board, I do want to briefly comment on the work that we have accomplished over this board's term and examine our joint record of accomplishment. I've already spoken at length about the work to publish our social studies standards for public comment. In addition, we engaged exhaustively over revisions to our ESSER state plan and made important changes to our statewide accountability system. For example, adding high school growth measures and eliminating the single summative rating or our STAR rating. Board members and stakeholders wanted more data on the educator workforce, including school-level teacher retention, and OSSI got that done as well. We published a comprehensive DC educator workforce report and an educator retention data snapshot report and publicly released the data files that underlined our reports. We approved new educator provider standards using in our program approval process, which requires a focus on the science of reading. We modified our attendance policies numerous times to handle the challenges of the pandemic, and we recently approved permanent attendance policies that addressed long-standing constituent feedback on the 80-20 rule and addressed new challenges like distance learning. Most recently, we wrote stronger rules around the community service requirement for graduation. The existing statutory partnership between OSSI and the State Board of Education has resulted in considerable progress and results. I am proud of our efforts, and I hope the next board continues to operate on that constructive path that delivers even more results for our residents and our students. I cannot wrap up without publicly acknowledging and thanking each of the representatives who are concluding their service on the State Board. Representative Parker, or soon-to-be Councilmember Parker. Obviously, the residents of Ward 5 have recognized the ways that you have shown up for your kids and the community. You always have engaged in this work with me with an open mind and a full heart. Your service on this illustrious body is coming to an end, but your service to our community is just beginning. Thank you for the work you have done on State Board and for welcoming me. I look forward to our continued collaboration on behalf of the children and the families of our district. Representative Gasoy, you have a wealth of education experience, and we happen to have gone to the same school, including teaching experience, which has been invaluable in this space. The State Board has benefited from your knowledge and your expertise, and I wish you the best in your future activities and that you will just send me an email from time to time. I am confident that you will continue to put your energy and your experiences toward benefiting and bettering our community. Representative Wattenberg, you are truly a legend. Everyone on this dais knows how much time, effort, and stress public service roles can take, so I do not underestimate how much of your soul you have put into the bettering of our schools over these past 8 years. I've always appreciated your consistent advocacy and your consistency. Thank you for 2 terms of service. President Sutter, since I joined OSSI a year and a half ago, I've gotten to work with you closely. You've done an amazing job of representing the board and your constituents. Your advocacy for improved social studies standards has been indispensable, and I am just thrilled that you are able to review these standards this evening at your last meeting. Thank you for the million other little things you have done to represent the board and improve the education of the children and residents of the District of Columbia. Each of you have served in your wards and this city with distinction, and I look forward to welcoming new members to the board, but you all are each leaving huge shoes to fill. We stand on your shoulders as we look forward to endeavoring in this work together. Thank you for giving me time for extended remarks this evening. Thank each of you for your service, and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, Dr. Grant. Thank you for the kind words on behalf of myself and my colleagues. And a personal thanks to you and to the team at OSSE for the social studies standards being presented on time by the end of this year. It means a great deal to me to be able to end my term of service with a discussion of the social studies standards tonight. We look forward to OSSE's continued partnership on many more issues to come. Thank you. All right, members, we're going to shift now to our expert panel on the social studies standards. We have 3 invited witnesses who will share their thoughts on the newly released draft social studies standards from the Office of the State Superintendent. Specifically, we hope to hear their insight into the new and updated content in the standards. And I'm excited to hear from our 3 witnesses tonight. Vancia Monche, Managing Director of Programs at Mikvah Challenge, DC. William Jones, Founder and President of the Afrofuturism Network. And Mr. Adam Evans, 12th grade social studies teacher, Roosevelt High School. Thank you all for being here tonight. Thank you all for joining us at the table. Each of you will have up to 5 minutes to provide testimony, and then we'll move to one round of questions from members of the State Board. We'll begin, the round of questions, just so members are aware, will be 4 minutes each. We'll begin with Ms. Monche and then move from my left. Please begin when you are ready.
Good evening. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Vancia. In this curriculum, and it's really exciting to see all of the voices included and for it to actually come out that way. It's really a travesty right now that education today on a national scale has become a political battlefield, and the people that are losing are our children. At a time when other districts and entire states, like Texas and Florida, are winding the clock backwards to teach history and half-truths, erasing or avoiding identities of students, eliminating civic education out of fear of the process of blame, intentionally erasing representation, avoiding courageous conversations to avoid guilt of one population, promoting ethnocentrism at the expense of truth, punishing teachers for teaching truth, and encouraging ignorance to maintain status quo. DC has taken a bold and necessary stance with this new curriculum. Now more than ever, with reasons to help on the decline, feelings of helplessness increasing, low enrollment in schools increasing, and school violence at an all-time high, students need to see themselves in the curriculum with all of their intersecting identities. Students need to be in democratic classrooms and schools where their voice is centered, where the space is safe, and they can be authentically themselves. Students need to learn relevant, real-world, practical skills and lessons that they can use in life, not just in college and career. Students need to know how to understand and articulate what matters to them and how to have respectful discourse with people that have different perspectives. Students need to know how and practice taking action to impact the world around them. Students need to have some autonomy and exploration over what they're learning so that it is engaging, satisfying, and relevant to what matters to them. And it's really exciting to say that I think that this curriculum does hit the nail on all of those things. And so the things that I just listed aren't just things that as an educator I do believe are needed. This comes from over 500 students who took a survey last year, but a peer-to-peer survey with the SBOE Student Voice Council that said one of the number one issues was having a lack of real-world practical learning that is happening in the classrooms. And students graduating school and not feeling ready for the real world. Sure, maybe ready for college, but not ready to be a student in the world. Just with passion. And it was just exciting to see so much of that show up in school. So the thing that excites me the most is this shift to the 8th grade action civics course. Nick Challenges, we are all about action civics, so I saw a lot of really relevant and important things show up in there, including having students identify their own political consciousness and identity, understanding their rights and responsibilities, and then actually being able to propose a plan. Several pages, great. So I love that there is action in 8th grade when it comes to action civics, and to see that again in 12th grade. I think that, and even with identity exploration, one of the biggest things that you see, that you've heard students say, is there's such a whitewashed history, and in this curriculum, I see so many different perspectives represented, identities represented, and that is so crucial for students to see themselves in this curriculum. And even including the inquiry arc and the idea for them to be able to essentially do a project so fast, where they're able to identify an issue that matters to them and speak up about it and put it in action. I think the most important thing is when you do issue with teachers, get the support, resources, and training that they need to create spaces where this can actually happen, where these courageous conversations can happen, where this identity exploration can happen. Right, please ask lots of questions.
Thank you. For our remaining two witnesses, we appear to be having difficulty with that mic. It came and went. So if the middle one works, we may just pass that one up and down the table.
Does it work?
It sounds like it works. Fantastic.
All right, so I should begin now?
Please.
First of all, thank you for inviting me. I truly appreciate the invitation. As was stated, my name is William Jones, and I'm a historian and an Afrofuturist. In terms of my background, I have an undergraduate degree in history and a master's in African studies. And I've been teaching at every level for over 20 years, and many of those years were spent right here in Washington, D.C. at the high school and junior high school level. One of the things that I've grown to appreciate because of the amount of time I've taught is seeing the growth. Very early on, the complaint was that there was only one perspective being taught in the classroom and so forth, and it was up to the teacher really to go out and do their own research and bring that in. But one of the things I've grown to appreciate about Washington, D.C. system is they're already inviting those perspectives, and it's like baked into the curriculum. So I've grown to appreciate that, and I also know that the students themselves appreciate it because the classroom is made up of these different perspectives. So it gives them an opportunity to see themselves in the text, and it makes it more engaging for them. Also for the teachers, the challenge, like I said previously, had been for them to go out and seek out and find these things that didn't necessarily fall within the lines of the curriculum. But with the changes that have been made, it's already in there. So the teachers, they know that they're kind of going along with the program, so to speak, and to their benefit. So they really appreciate that. The ongoing challenge is, when you have these different perspectives and so forth, one of the things that I do like is, because it invites the conversation, it also is very timely. I always tell my students that if I can't make it relevant to you in this year at this moment, then it has no meaning and you won't remember it and it won't have any connection to you. But the way that the curriculum is written now, which is an improvement, a slight improvement over what it was done previously, I see even more ways that students can connect the past to the present so it becomes more relevant to them. And in doing so, also making it connect to the future, because that's always important. Because now our students are being bombarded with all this information that's going on in the world right now. I like the way that this curriculum speaks to what's going on and is also explaining to them how we got to this point. And once again, that makes it relevant. It makes it easier for them to connect. The biggest thing always is resources in the classroom. You just want to make sure that whatever teachers are receiving in terms of resources, it matches up with the ambition of the curriculum. So that's the one thing I would say that you always want to keep in mind. Just that as we're working towards these goals, make sure that the teachers are receiving the support that they need to make those things happen. And finally, what I like in terms of the way the curriculum is shaping up is it allows for discourse. All too often, especially, you know, always start off class and say, well, you know, what's the most difficult subject? And a lot of students will say science or math. And unfortunately, when I say what's the most boring one, a lot of students say history. And then we get into this conversation as to why. And because for many years, it was this one way in terms of from the instructor to the student, but with the way things have been shaping up in DC, it encourages conversation, it encourages engagement between the students, where sometimes as an instructor, you just kind of sit back and let them do their thing. You see them engaging and so excited about the content because it speaks to them. So in that regard, I like the direction that Washington, DC is going in. I just want to see them continue in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. We'll go with the proven one, because folks watching online said that was much easier to hear.
Hey, online folks. All right. Good evening. My name is Adam Evans, and I've served as a social studies teacher in DCPS since 2011 and elsewhere since 2008. My background's in both history and education, and since 2018, I've been at Roosevelt High School teaching 11th and 12th grade. I started in 11th with the U.S. history curriculum. When we went virtual, I went to 12th grade because kids needed some consistency. So I've been teaching this course off and on for many, many years, and I love it. As an early social studies teacher, as a new teacher in the district, I really enjoyed standards such as, quote, Standard 12, Standard 12, DC 25.6, identify the local professional sports teams that represent the nation's capital. It's an actual standard. As a new teacher, I could easily learn to teach that standard. But then it came to standards like Standard 12, DC 17. Students identify key people who were civic and political leaders in Washington, D.C. during the second half of the 20th century. And then it lists 22 different names that we could use. As someone not from D.C., I had to do a lot of Googling. That represented an entire weekend of me focusing on trying to identify who was important from this list, who my students would find relevant, and not focusing on how to teach it, but focusing on how to teach it to myself. And then the struggle was how to teach it to them. I'm doing twice the work as a new teacher. So I was lucky enough to get support from DCPS, from teachers around the district, in order to make sense of this massive curriculum. And I was able to get on board and able to get lots of training through partnerships like Teaching American History and Make the Challenge as well, and how to make this much more relevant to my students. For years, I worked in curriculum development over the summers. We identified the power standards that were the standards that were most relevant, that we could get the most out of. And then we started integrating the College Career and Civic Life framework from NCSS, and we are trying to reflect this shift towards, again, action civics and the relevancy to the students. So instead of memorizing all of these names, we're answering questions like, what's more important? The rights of the individual or the protection of the group? How do people create positive, lasting change within their communities? How do values change over time? This reframing of social studies has allowed us to create instruction to help students navigate an increasingly complex world, as well as practice the critical thinking skills necessary to consider multiple viewpoints and conflicting sources in the 21st century. These same changes have taken place across several states and across the College Board's AP test as well. In DC, this approach is best embodied with organizations such as Make the Challenge and their Action Civics curriculum and the new 8th grade revisions as well. Through using that curriculum, I've had students have many opportunities to speak truth to power and to consult power when making their own decisions. My favorite thing I've ever done, I think, as a teacher was when we were writing a student bill of rights and we got to sit down with Justice Sotomayor and she advised us on that, right? Like, that's why I'm in DC, right? Excuse me. So as I consider standards and curriculum, I think about veteran teachers and the newest of teachers on their professional journey. These new standards represent the core of instruction that will allow teachers to adapt older resources and consider them in new light. For a new teacher, they represent a much more manageable core content that can refocus their instructional strategies from the content to skills and pedagogy. From a student perspective, the standards allow for the pursuit of their own interests through an explicit focus on inquiry, in addition to historical thinking and civic action. Recentering the content standards on the skills with chances to practice those skills with new content each year will provide for a more coherent experience in social studies throughout their secondary, especially students throughout their secondary education. It will also allow for more explicit connections between curriculum and their own lives. As a veteran educator in Washington, D.C., I encourage the adoption of these standards in order to push our students forward in terms of critical thinking, inquiry of the world around them, and action within their communities. Through the work of teachers, partner organizations, families, and students themselves, these standards will enable a fresh lens for social studies instruction that will have real-world benefits for our students and our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks to all of our witnesses. I'll turn now for our round of questions, and I'm going to have Ms. Butler call the round of questions for members. For members, we'll have 4-minute rounds. A reminder that the 4 minutes includes both your question and the panelists' responses. So if we want to hear more from the panelists, we should keep our questions tight. Ms. Butler.
Thank you. We will start with Representative Bernstadt.
Okay. Hello. Thank you all so much for your time. I don't actually have any questions, but I was wondering if Ms. Monche might just want to use this time to finish what you missed, because I know it went by fast. You know, I'm a former MCVA Challenge student, so I gotta.
Thank you for that. Clearly reading is a bad idea. So instead I'll say a few things. I think that media literacy, having that be something throughout all grades is crucial. We know that this is a time where misinformation is at its highest. Students are getting, we all are getting our information from social media, from media outlets right now, and to know which one is the truth and to be able to decipher that and come up with our own opinions is crucial. So I love the standard that media literacy will be taught all throughout. I think that's crucial. I also think that the piece about incorporating multiple historical perspectives and a global understanding of history. I grew up thinking, and so many of our students grow up thinking, that Black history starts with us in bondage. That's problematic. And so really thinking about like world history pieces and not focusing on Europe, but starting from we were kings and queens. Humanity started in Africa. Teaching the Haitian Revolution and resistance is crucial. And I think that a piece that I loved in 12th grade history, in 12th grade government, DC history, and action civics is learning about resistance, learning about protest. And I think the most crucial part that I loved in all of the civics places in both 8th and 12th grade is that there is a place for them to do have practical action. Learning not just about their responsibility, but looking at real life policy and the communities and their issues, and then actually in 8th grade having to come up with an advocacy plan. Brilliant, because they can use that. And then in 12th grade, actually looking at policy that is happening right now and formulating their opinion around that. And then there's the other piece about, I have it somewhere in here, but all of it leads to practical action. And that is going to make them become lifelong civic agents. But I would love for this to be a space where it's not just on paper, and they're not just practicing an idea, but giving them the platform of whether it's a Project Soapbox, which Jessica Sutter just came to and was one of our civic partners, but a space where students can have a real stage to be able to use their voice. So not that this lives on paper and that they come up with incredible ideas, but making sure that administrators, whether it's a citywide showcase where the students are sharing out the ideas that they came up with, and administrators are listening to that and actually implementing some of those ideas, or a citywide space where students come together and are actually able to be heard by key decision makers, and have those ideas become real. That's when we have authentic voice. Voice is all throughout this curriculum, and it is incredible. But how do we make it real? And how do we make sure that that teachers are given the resources? Because there are plenty. We live in DC where there are so many organizations who have curricula already. Plug for MCVA Challenge. Again, Action Civics, Project Soapbox. This could all be another cornerstone in DCPS, and not just our curricula, but it exists in so many different organizations. So I really hope that you all can lean into what already exists and put that and give that a platform for students across DCPS to have the stuff that's on paper, which is amazing, become real. There's so much more in here, but I really do applaud that this is inclusive. That is the number one thing that we hoped, that this would be an inclusive history, and I see that. I see that in there, from queer history to Native to Indigenous history and women's history. So thank you for the work that you all have done.
Thank you. Representative Chang.
Mr. Evans, thank you for your work. I'm curious in your experience teaching social studies, what support you've gotten from administration to make sense of the standards, and then also what feedback you've gotten on to what extent you've aligned to the standards.
Yes, sir. So support from administration and then feedback is the question. Okay. So as long as I was keeping with the scope and sequence as DCPS suggested, strongly suggested, I was generally kind of left alone to do my thing, right? A lot of times the feedback that we receive as teachers is, are you doing what you're supposed to be doing, yes or no? And there's essentially a checklist for that. Are you standing at your door? Are you giving engaging lessons? Are students, how are they responding to that? But the oversight for the curriculum, for the most part, has been inconsistent, depending on principal, assistant principal, and just general direction the school's going in, right? But the evaluations that I've had from coaching meetings, from back in the days from master educators coming into my classroom, it has always been positive because I have been asking more of the students and essentially how they feel, how they relate to the material, more so than telling them how they should relate, right? And so I've always gotten great feedback from the fact that my students were talking to one another, were engaging with the relevancy of the curriculum versus just me lecturing. Back in the year 2008, I was a lecturer, and I realized that didn't work, and so I quickly changed it. But for me, the most important feedback I've really gotten has been from the students who do show up every day and who are relatively engaged.
But generally what I'm hearing is you have a lot of say in the way that you interpret the standards and how you actually execute it.
I feel like I have had a lot of say, but that's also because I've worked very closely with central office and the Office of Instruction to make sure that I knew what was expected, but also into shaping the way the curriculum was written for other teachers. Several times I've been the one leading professional developments for 11th grade or 12th grade teachers, so I knew the spirit of it because I worked so closely with it, and because administration was aware of my involvement with that. It was pretty much, he knows what he's talking about, we'll let him do his thing.
So I asked this as a roundabout way to get to a question around execution of the standards once they're finalized. How do we do that in the best way in a minute and 18 seconds?
I have enjoyed the way that curriculum has been rolled out slowly over with social studies over the past decade. It started with, we're going to make sure that we have, again, those power standards, which we've already done with this new curriculum, but then we're going to design, we're going to design engaging assessments, and then from there, we're going to design engaging lessons. Right?
And when you say we, is that at the DCPS level, or is that at the individual teacher level?
I was thinking DCPS level. Over the summer, we've been creating those materials that then go into the first week of teaching. Here's the resources we have. Here's the, spend this time with your other teachers across the district to now make these the lesson plans that you guys are going to use. So it's been a slow process there. In terms of how it could work best is just, once these are adopted, let's get a team of teachers and partner organizations together and get it ready to put materials in the hands of teachers, not just standards.
Great, thank you.
Representative O'Leary.
Thank you all very much. As a teacher, I know with this sort of tremendously different standards that are being implemented, I'm wondering, Mr. Jones, you mentioned about books and supplies. And if this is to be done, then there's going to have to be a sort of a revolution in the books and supplies in the history department, I'm sure. What can we do to make sure that come next September, hopefully, the history teachers and social studies teachers in the district will be able to have relevant material to foment this revolution?
Yeah, well, first, given that we're having this discussion, it shows that social studies is a priority. So one of the first things I would say with Jordy Thorne is making social studies a priority, because all too often STEM gets all the attention. So by doing this, you're showing that you're giving the attention it needs. The other thing that I would recommend is speaking to the teachers themselves, because you may get excellent book recommendations just by speaking to them and getting their input, and also looking at the new and various ways you can get textbook materials and moving beyond, the old school textbook pages and so forth, where we may be able to look at virtual sources, so that way we can spread them out. If funding is an issue, you can spread those out a little bit easier than having, just regular books in hand. So you could look at resources in terms of virtual, and also I would recommend, since especially when we talk about world history, things are so universal, establishing relationships internationally with other schools. And I think a lot can be gained from teacher to teacher internationally, and also student to student internationally. I've had the opportunity through my many years of teaching to do collaboratives with teachers in as far away as Japan, and that went a long way in getting the students introduced to Asian culture, Japanese culture in particular. So I think if we look at the technology the way that it is, I think it opens up new ways where we don't necessarily have to have a textbook count all of the time. Sometimes those things fall short. But I think by looking at the virtual world, that would ensure that it would be easier to disseminate the information. But then once again, that goes back to the resources in terms of students having access through computers, Wi-Fi connections, and so forth. So to sum it up, I would say getting input from teachers in terms of what books would they recommend. I think you can get a lot from that. And once again, the technology piece, finding ways that students can access materials, because they're used to it anyway, access materials online. And I think that way your funding could go a lot further.
Because this is a golden opportunity, because all the students have this computer in their hands. They don't even need a book in a lot of ways. But we have to make sure that the system is positive about that all the time, because it's going to cost money, because change costs us money. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Yes to all of it, and back to what I mentioned, there's just such a wealth of organizations that are doing this work. We talked about Plug Make the Challenge again for issues to action, but also there's just so many things out there that teachers could vet. So I don't say like just pick and choose, but have maybe a committee of teachers that are looking through all of the options and saying like what actually works best for these. Because there's so much in here, and if we're leaving it up to teachers to have to find the resources themselves, the quality is going to be so different in every classroom, and it's a little unfair to them. So.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Representative Patterson.
Thank you. I have no questions at this time.
Thank you. Representative Gasoy.
Thank you, and thank you so much for your testimony. And I'm really excited to hear how positive you all are about the new standards. My question is, are there any challenges you anticipate in rolling this out? You've touched on some of them, I think. But if you could speak to that in more depth, and also any advice you have for what we could do, and that's for any of you. You're nodding your head, so why don't you start? Either.
So one of the challenges whenever something new is introduced is teacher buy-in, because as teachers, we've seen programs pretty much every year, some new program coming into the district or coming to a school district, county you're in. So a lot of teachers are worn out by that experience. So one of the things that I think that you want to look to do is assure teachers that this is going to be here for some time, and that way it would increase teacher buy-in. Also for those veteran teachers, going back to the point of getting their thoughts and their opinions on materials and so forth, have them play a greater role in bringing it into the classroom and shaping it so that they feel valued, because many times if you've been teaching for a long time, you're kind of stuck in your ways, for lack of a better term, and sometimes I've seen where you have these conversations, you hear this new stuff, and sometimes you're turned off by it. So So I think the more that, like having this panel, the more that teachers are playing a role in bringing it into the school, and the more they're part of it, not just the workshops as we're used to doing, but actually getting the input in terms of what books and materials we could bring in, what organizations that they may be familiar with that the principal or whomever may not be aware of. I think that would encourage teacher buy-in. I think the biggest challenge is just getting the teachers on board.
So I think one of the reasons why teachers have avoided and been afraid, there's fear of bringing up issues of like, let the students guide conversation. So I'm thinking of all the civics conversations and students getting to identify what policies, what issues they want to talk about. And I think that creating that classroom culture is essential in order to have those tough conversations that are all throughout the curriculum. It is one of the most brave things to do and essential things to do, but it's also one of the scariest things to do because that culture has to be created. So I think making sure that teachers are trained again and given resources and support in creating those classroom spaces so that students are comfortable speaking up, but also that teachers and other students are equipped to listen in ways that adults don't. They don't have great models when we're looking at politics, but this is a space where they can learn how to have positive discourse and disagree in respectful ways, but teachers need to be given the resources to be able to support that. I think also there's a lot that may come up. If students are guiding the conversation and there's real student voice centered in classrooms, there's a lot of issues that may come up that teachers may or may not be equipped traditionally for. And so again, I think that goes into really being strategic about training to support teachers with this.
With my 50 seconds remaining, no worries. I think one of the biggest reasons that especially new teachers don't take a lot of risk is because they're afraid that they're going to get observed during that time. And if students are having this incredibly intense discussion about something that is not on the list of the curriculum, then the teachers are afraid that they're going to get dinged for being, again, off scope and sequence, right? So I think that in terms of creating a safe space for the teachers to take this risk is I'm ready to jump head in with it, but again, not every teacher is going to be that way. And so this is, hey, how are we going to build this safe space? How are we going to build this culture within the classroom? Teachers need training on that. Teachers need to know, too, that if they're taking a risk that is going to help their students, they're not going to be punished for that. Here we go.
Well done.
Getting better at this.
Thank you, guys.
Representative Wattenberg.
I am? Oh, there. Thank you. So first, let me just say I saw an earlier draft of this, and I was involved in the social studies standards work at the beginning when there was a board committee before there was the technical group. And I think they have come a long way, and I love to see that. The original standards that we had here in DC in social studies were, at the time they were put out, regarded as so much better than anywhere else because they did actually start to talk about inclusiveness. They did actually try to introduce content into the early grades, but they were far from perfect, and so there was an effort to make them better. And so the board specifically asked for improvements in a number of areas. In cultural responsiveness, I think I have this right, I can't find the actual words, inclusiveness, civics, early grades content, and teaching democratic principles and values. And I appreciate so much of what is, as I said, that's in the current standards that speaks to some of that, and you guys have talked a lot about that. One of the things that I'm concerned about, and I say this on the day that, Zelensky is a few blocks from us, will our kids understand why that matters? Is there enough content in here that helps them understand that? Will they understand why people are so upset that we have this president who refuses to concede power? Will they understand when we look at all these voting rights fights that are going on that this isn't the first time? And what happens if you lose them and why we have to have them? And I raise all this because I think it was, I looked at your name right before, what's your name? I'm sorry, yes, and William. I really appreciated you had a line that I loved, helping people connect the past and the future. That's why do we teach this? That's why. And I would add one other thing, which is, you know, most countries are founded on ethnicities, or they're founded on sort of these singular national histories or religion. We're not. We are founded on this idea, and people really need to understand that. They need to understand how that idea developed over time and how we're dealing with it. How well do they stand up to that? What would you do more on that?
I was just going to say the way that it's been organized in the past, and it's reflected in these new revisions as well, is we are asking kind of universal questions. Again, like how do values change over time? How do you create positive, lasting change? And in the context of DC history, I have the students look at a variety of civil rights actions and the way people within the city have fought for change, and then they rank them and decide which one's the most effective, which one's the most appropriate for whatever their current issue is. In terms of the international context, I'm going to leave that to somebody else, but I will say when students are asked more of a universal thing, like those questions, they are much more apt to connect the past and the future.
For myself, I have the students work backwards. So I asked them, like we start off the school year and said, what were the top 5 news events, of the summer? And they listed them. And I said, okay, now tell me how 50 years ago something had happened connected to that. And tell me how 100 years ago something happened that connected to that, that connected to that. So they actually work backwards. So something like, let's say, the situation in Ukraine, I would have the students work backwards so they could see 50 years ago something was setting the stage for this event. 100 years ago something set the stage for this event. And that way they make the connections.
I don't know what I can say in 15 seconds, but
Leave me 5.
One thing, they're living it. Like I think you started the question of like, will they understand the relevance and importance of it? They understand so much more than we know because we don't oftentimes ask, but they are living it. So they,
So I just want to say in closing 5 seconds, which is just that I'm concerned, like all what you're saying, like these inquiry questions where you work backwards, you ask them, it's all great if they have the content or if there's something in there because it's hard for teachers, as you're saying, you're trying to allow the inquiry, you're trying to allow students to carry it forward. Somewhere there needs to be, I think, more of a sense of the content that we don't want kids to leave without. So I'm just going to leave it at that. And say thanks to all of you. Thanks to all the people that put this together. I'm really looking forward to the rest of the conversation.
Thank you. Vice President Thompson? I'm sorry. No. Representative Parker.
Okay.
Thank you all for being here tonight. When done well, I think we can all agree that social studies should be used as a vehicle to build knowledge. And so with that, what connections, if any, did you see or entry points that could serve as a bridge to other content areas within the standards, namely literacy or ELA?
Too much space. Everything about, so again, I focus so much on civic. That's my love, and that's the challenge why I'm here. So I looked a lot at the 8th grade civics and the 12th grade DC history and government, and all of the capstone end of year that they were leading towards had all the connections to ELA because it's the discussions, it's the formulating of their perspectives, which is something that they also do in English in their writing. In addition to creating speeches so that they can share back that, doing the research of policy to figure out what has been, what is, and what they want to be. So I saw so much of that in those final projects that they were working towards that were research, that were communication, both written and verbal communication. So I saw a lot of lines from the civics part to ELA.
That's helpful. So essentially those culminating activities could serve as those bridge or connective points. I have another question. I saw this really powerful post today that talked about imperialism and how it's often seen as a European conquest versus from the perspective of African resistance, for example. And I know we are talking a lot about the what. The standards are largely the what. And depending on the teacher's perspective, especially in the absence of a thought-out curriculum or support from DCPS or the LEA, how do we ensure that those various perspectives are embedded within the standards, if that makes sense? So that we're not just talking
about a diverse set of what's, if that makes sense, but how we're tackling those standards. And maybe Mr. Jones, you can tackle this.
One of the things that I think is how you frame the question. All too often, the history of other people, when I say other people, I mean other Europeans, most of the history is about how they reacted to the presence of Europeans. So you still like the European shows up, what are these folks doing? So the first question is, what were they doing before Europeans showed up? So that automatically shifts the focus to those people, whoever they may be. Then when you start talking about what were they doing before they showed up, now you want to talk about what happened to them during the time, during the interactions, and after. You keep the focus on the people that you want to talk about.
So what I'm hearing you say is with these standards, it could be helpful for teachers to also just have prompts that could elicit different perspectives. The last thing I would just say, and maybe Mr. Evans, you can take this. In a world where we know social studies is not a tested subject area, and it seems like some teachers may have free reign, how would you encourage us to ensure that we're best setting up teachers across the city to digest, incorporate, and implement these standards?
I think it was very fascinating that you talked about, you saw a post earlier today, and then part of what we're talking about here is considering multiple perspectives, but also the digital literacy perspective of trying to figure out what we see online and how it's relevant to our lives, right? So I think in terms of the support, I was just thinking about having the multiple perspectives, multiple historical perspectives from historians and also from primary source documents and things available for teachers would be the best thing. Sorry.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Vice President Thompson?
Okay, finally. I actually want to pick up a little bit where Representative Parker left off and connect it to where Representative O'Leary raised earlier, because I do think it's both important to talk about what are the supports needed and then like how do we talk about appropriate accountability. And so I think that's where those things are connected, both in like supports can be materials, supports can be professional development, but are there other things or are there specific things you would list in those buckets? And to the end of Representative Parker's question about this not being a tested subject, what does accountability look like?
Let me get my thoughts around that first.
So you're asking basically how do we measure?
So
success?
what's needed, what supports are needed to do it well? And then like, what do we need to be looking for and how do we look for people doing it well?
What comes to mind for me would be some type of pre and post test for students, for example, where you're getting their input and their perspective. So it would take a group of folks to come together to create something to see where students are, whatever it is you want them to achieve, you want to see where they are in those categories, and you create some type of pre-test or some type of measuring instrument at the beginning. Then once they've been through school for, let's say, 3 or 4 months, you measure them again to see if there's been growth in those areas. Whether it's like, recognizing my face and my space in these areas, whether it's being more aware of civics and so forth, or my civic duty as a citizen. So whatever those things you want to see, I would recommend having a pool of people creating some type of assessment that would gauge students every 3 months, not just waiting at the beginning and the middle and the end of the year, if it doesn't work. So you want to see the progress throughout the year. That would be my recommendation.
I'll go quick. I hope. One, I think we need to ask the students. It's one of the biggest pieces of feedback that students had. Why don't we ever get asked, are we getting what we're supposed to get? How is this going for us? And for something so new and where there's so much student-centeredness in it, I think there needs to be a place in there where students are asked, what are they getting out of it? I think another space is if there is a space for public sharing. So I pitched the idea earlier about like not making sure that stuff just, again, in the civic spaces, that stuff just isn't on paper, but there's an outward audience that is actually able to see this. I think that's another place to see accountability. And then I think having regular PDs and more intentional professional learning communities where teachers are getting updated on current events and how are you talking about that in your classroom? What are best practices that are actually working for you? If this is coming up, how are you approaching that? And then a relationship with I think another piece of support is a relationship with mental health professionals in the school that teachers, I think, could use to support students in their own classrooms as well as bringing in, again, outside organizations that could support teachers in that professional development and continuous learning.
A portion of my evaluation is student surveys, right? How students feel about my instruction daily, and they take the survey, they literally just took it last week. And so I think in terms of asking the students what they're getting, I think that is the biggest stakeholder in this. To your point about it not being a tested subject, it's because the test is the real world, right? And we'll know it's a success when we've changed the world, I guess, or when the students have. And so it's obviously hard to quantify, but I think that empowerment that we're looking for is definitely what we can get in a student survey. The AP exams do a great job of actual multiple choice tests where they consider multiple perspectives and the idea about what evidence could support this particular point. So technically, we could definitely make some type of test for this. I enjoy not being a tested subject, so I'm not excited for that.
Thank you. President Sutter.
Thank you all. So I can't stop beaming from ear to ear because this has been my baby for the 4 years I've served on the board, and listening to you all talk with us about what you see and what we need to do next is just a joyful way to conclude my time of service. I want to offer one idea, and then I want to ask a specific question, and the question is going to come to you, Mr. Jones. So the idea is, I'm hearing you all say really clearly that we need to have teachers deeply embedded in the process of preparing the curriculum and units of study that go along with this. So one idea I've posed to Asi and to others in the space that if you all agree with, I would love to conspire after this, is we've got 60 plus LEAs in this city, and they often write their own curricula. We have brand new state level standards that all LEAs are going to be exposed to. Wouldn't it be amazing if teachers across LEAs got together to write units of curriculum and we had an open access, voluntary curriculum to go with these brand spanking new state standards written by our teachers? So if this sounds like a fun idea, I'll speak with you at the break so that we can conspire. I'm not going to be on the board anymore, so Citizen Sutter is going to have a lot of fun with this. Here's my question. A pressure we've gotten from the council as we've been in this process is that we needed more Black history standards in DC. There was a push to actually have legislation to create a Black history requirement. So Mr. Jones in particular, since you are an Afrofuturist, how did we do and what still needs to be enhanced in these standards in order to say we met that challenge and charge?
Well, one of the things that I do appreciate, this summer actually, I am training to teach the AP course in Black history. So I'm part of one of the schools in the district that has like the pilot program to do that. So I'm very excited about that. I think in order to measure it, once again, I think it's the student input. I think all too often when students make those complaints, it's kind of overlooked. I think if they had a more organized way to voice their concerns about whether or not they feel like they're being seen or heard in the classroom in terms of the lessons being taught, I think that would be the best way, because sometimes as educators, we can think we're doing a great job. I'm sure we had the experience of, I did this marvelous lesson plan, and you find out wasn't that great. So let the students feedback, and genuinely listen to them. If they feel like they're not being seen and being heard, let's go back and let's fix it. I think they would probably be the biggest gauge, the best gauge for that.
Thank you. If others have thoughts, please feel free to chime in on this or any final thoughts.
I'll tell you a story after this about why I was so passionate about teaching African American history, but it had a lot to do with students thinking that they were less than because they weren't taught in history why we are, like what are the structural and systemic things that have happened throughout history that have gotten people where they are today and where they're not yet. And so it's because we don't teach things, we don't teach truth. So many histories don't teach truth in other districts. And the thing that, I was very excited about when I saw in this is that there is literally a portion where there's protest and resistance that is taught. And I think that part of Black history is not taught in schools. And so being able to understand, like, I come from a powerful people, and what were we fighting against? What was against us? Has been left out, and I saw a lot of that in there. I saw a lot of that also even in world history. grew up in Texas, where I learned about the war of Northern aggression and Civil War being about states' rights. And I just saw throughout, from DC history and looking at housing and gentrification and all of those issues that students are dealing with today, I saw a lot of that going from past and why this is and what's still happening today. So I think that at first glance, it's in there. It is in there.
Thank you. Thank you all for this conversation. This has been an extremely helpful, super thoughtful conversation on the draft standards. I appreciate your time tonight. I am going to come down and conspire with you in a second. But I also want to just call out to our viewing public that the standards are live for public comment from OSSE through January 30th. Please provide public comment. Please share your additional thoughts with the State Board. The State Board meets again publicly in January, and there'll be an opportunity for public comment at our board meeting at that time as well. The State Board is now going to recess for 5 minutes, and when we return, we'll welcome our public witnesses. Thank you. All right, we're going to bring ourselves back to order. At every public meeting, we hear testimony from public witnesses on education-related matters. Your comments become part of our official record. If you would like to speak at a future public meeting, please sign up on our website at sboe.dc.gov or contact our staff by email at sboe@dc.gov or by phone at 202-741-0888. Tonight we have 13 individuals who submitted public testimony. We'll hear from those who are in attendance tonight. Are we doing it in a single panel? Okay. Oh, I've got like 7 people out there in the audience. Is that right? Yeah, we're going to do this in 2 panels. Okay. Each witness will have up to 3 minutes to provide comments. Please note that you should use the microphone at the table. We've got the one. We'll pass it back and forth to be friendly. The microphone is already on. The timer light on the table will be green for the first 2.5 minutes, turn yellow for the last 30 seconds, and turn red after 3 minutes have elapsed. After our public witnesses speak, we will pause for questions from board members. Members will have 2 minutes for questions for public witnesses, and those 2 minutes should include their question, comment, and their answer. Ms. Butler will call the public witnesses to the table, and she will call our question rounds. She'll also assist with timing to ensure witnesses and board members stay within our allotted time. Ms. Butler, if you want to begin and call the public witnesses to come forward to the table.
Scott Goldstein, excuse me. Patricia Sambria, Matthew Westcott, Kayla Knight, Patricia Stamper, Dylan Craig, Marcus Batchelor, we'll get started with this panelist of 4. Mr. Goldstein, if you'll start.
Good evening. There's so much of significance on the agenda tonight, but I want to start by addressing education governance. For me, governance is about ensuring the way we make decisions about our schools is actually responsive to the people those schools are supposed to serve. As VP Thompson has repeatedly asked, what are the pain points? With that framing, one of the most important recommendations in front of you today is to change who appoints the superintendent. In 2018, we saw a clear demonstration of how our failure to have checks and balances for data can have devastating effects for our students. I like to say when you have an idea that has broad consensus from the public and across ideological divides about an issue, yet that policy still doesn't come to fruition, you have a governance failure. Nationally, we see it on issues like gun control or immigration, where 80% of the public may be in agreement, but you still don't get that policy coming to fruition, because our system of representing the public will is broken. Nationally, it might be gerrymandering or the filibuster. In local educations, it might be that we have issues that cut across divides with wide consensus that still don't come to fruition because we have a governance failure. I hope you pass these recommendations, especially ones like giving the SBOE the power to initiate policy, to give great weight, and others. I'd love to keep talking about education governance, and as a social studies teacher, I have a lot of thoughts on the new social studies standards, especially action civics in 8th grade, which I'm excited about, but I have to reserve the remainder of my time to pay tribute to the phenomenal board members leaving today. Representative Gasoy, you are one of the greatest collaborators I've ever worked with. You're a selfless public official and leader, never looking for credit or to enhance your own image. You're willing to get down into the nitty-gritty and do the hard work of bringing people together, forging consensus, building coalitions. You've represented Ward 1 so well and elevated issues important to immigrant students and teachers, dual language schools, outdoor learning, and so much more. As AOC says, you don't have to stop being an organizer when you become an elected official, and you embody that. Representative Wattenberg, you are a fearless fighter for a more democratic, responsive, and equitable education system. You fight for the school communities you represent, you're a problem solver, and never shrinking from a fight when things seem uphill. Whether one agrees with you or not, everyone knows you're fighting from deep convictions and bring a wealth of knowledge and research to bear. Your presidency on this board marked a remarkable turning point in the role of the State Board at a critical time. Representative Parker, you are always asking the right questions and working to make sure the right voices are at the table. You won't accept a talking point at face value or fall into line. Instead, you're mission-driven, focused on outcomes, and here to work and purposefully in your approach to elevating underserved communities and voices. You are an engager, a listener, a problem solver, and our school communities are lucky to have your leadership at the next level. Finally, President Sutter, we don't agree on everything, but you are an unyielding advocate for student voice in our city, and we share the belief that there is nothing more important than listening to the perspectives of our students themselves and never discounting or tokenizing their perspectives and ideas. I appreciate your tireless work on the social studies standards, which are no doubt better because of the countless hours you have put working with the advisory and technical writing committees, OSSE, and all of the stakeholders to finally get them to this point. I appreciate all the time that all of you have given with little compensation to improving education in our city. I hope you continue to listen to our students and teachers and fight us alongside them to better education in DC. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, State Board of Education representatives. My name is Patricia. I am a lifelong DC resident and a former teacher. My testimony today is focused on reforming education governance in our beautiful city. Mayoral control was implemented when I was in high school. Since then, in spite of the improvements in test score data and the fancy building renovations, I think many schools have actually worsened. I think the state of DC education has worsened for all stakeholders, but especially students and teachers. Most recently, this is evidenced by the mass exodus of DC teachers and the unsettling learning conditions DC students and their parents have reported since returning to in-person learning. While these red flags seem obvious to many district residents because of the disenfranchisement mayoral control creates, we, the residents of the city, the key stakeholders, have yet to see our concern, our beliefs, our hopes, and dreams for our incredible students and teachers realized in any meaningful way. In order for DC residents to have a real voice in education, we need the SBOE to have greater weight in the structure of our education governance. We need greater oversight and responsibility spread across representatives outside of the mayor's office. I am not advocating for the complete overhaul of mayoral control. I am advocating for this body, the State Board of Education, to have greater power. When the SBOE is able to create and implement policy around attendance, learning standards, graduation requirements, hiring and firing of DC educators, and more, the distance between residents and policy creation will shrink, and we, the residents, will finally be seen in the policies that most greatly affect us. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Dylan Craig, a Ward 4 resident, a teacher, and union representative at Roosevelt State Opportunity Academy. I'm here to testify in support of the reforms to education governance proposed by the State Board of Education. We teach our students to value democracy, to be engaged citizens, and to push for changes that they know are right and will benefit all communities. But even if democracy is a value promoted in schools, it is not put into practice when we look at the governance of the city's education system. Mayoral control disenfranchises the residents of the city, as their elected members of the Board of Education have been limited to what amounts to an advocacy role, while the mayor is able to appoint and make decisions with limited accountability. With these reforms, we could see you, the elected members of the Board of Education, appoint a state superintendent, initiate policy, access necessary data, and have a say in the opening and closure of schools, as well as have stronger voice in other policies that impact the students of DC. First, if we wanted a unified city, we need a unified plan for how we choose to open and close schools. We do not have a strong plan or coordination between DCPS and the Public Charter School Board, and this lack of unification hurts enrollment and creates a competitive and toxic environment that makes many schools suffer. With state board control, we could have a more unified yet democratic process for the opening and closing of schools, one that looks at our city and the specific needs of each area to determine how we can move forward in the best possible way. Also, if we want accountability, it is not conducive that we have a state superintendent appointed by the mayor. This limits the independence and reliability of that appointed superintendent, as they are beholden to the mayor whom they report to. If we want an accurate representation of the data, the superintendent should be appointed by and report to the state board to ensure independence from the mayor and the politics of that position. Speaking of data, if we want to authentically address challenges our schools face, the members of the state board should have full access to necessary data. Under mayoral control, there is acute political incentive to only present certain data or frame it in a particular way. With full access to data, the state board can help address issues and create policies that benefit our schools and students. This leads to the next area addressed in these reforms, the state board's ability to initiate policy. Again, as it stands, the State Board of Education serves primarily an advocacy and approval function when it comes to policy. Yet you are elected officials we testify in front of. We should be able to testify to those who have the power to initiate, and those who were elected to influence the governance of our schools should be able to do just that. as they were elected because we feel they have the experience, expertise, and the care for our students to make decisions. The crux of all this is expanded democracy. Democracy was stripped from the State Board of Education with arguments of dysfunction and accountability. And yes, as we teach in schools, democracy can be messy. These reforms will not be perfect or solve every issue, but they could bring about shared leadership, transparency, community engagement, deliberation, and great progress. This is what the stakeholders of DC deserve. They deserve measures of democracy to be restored. I support these reforms and hope to see them move from the State Board to the City Council and to authentic implementation. Thank you.
Right, good evening. Thank you, Madam President and members of the board. My name is Marcus Batchelor, a resident of Ward 8 and a former member of the board. First, I want to thank you all for the vital role you continue to play in securing the full promise of public education for all of our students. The role the State Board plays in both policy and advocacy is indispensable, especially in this moment where we're faced with both the challenge and the capacity to deliver a community of schools across all 8 wards that are excellent, equitable, and accountable. Your work, spurred and aided by an engaged community of students, parents, educators, and concerned neighbors, continues to make our system and city better. The board's unique role in our entire education ecosystem as a public forum focused on public schools is important. But like anyone who has sat where you are sitting, I know firsthand that despite all the ways this body has stretched the limits of its narrow authority to fill that gap, there are still too few avenues for the voices in our communities and those closest to our students to shape public policy and hold policymakers accountable. But you also know better than anyone how important those avenues are, how necessary that democracy is to build trust, spotlight innovation, uncover inefficiency, and improve outcomes. For years, this body has done the work of engaging our neighbors and imagining a system where they have a seat at the table, culminating in the recommendations of legislative action to the council on tonight's agenda. Tonight's resolution hones in on many of the damaging consequences of our current school governance system and presents common sense solutions that will improve accountability and efficiency and elevate the voices of families, students, and educators at the decision-making table. So much of that opportunity lies with increasing the capacity of this popularly elected body to give weight to the voices it represents. So I'm especially supportive of the recommendations to enhance the authority of the board, to request data, initiate education policy, approve the opening, closing, and citing of schools, and appoint the state superintendent. Lastly, I want to congratulate my friends preparing to take their service to our neighbors to new spaces. Thanks to Emily, Zachary, Jessica, and of course my girl Ruth Wattenberg, with whom I got to lead this body alongside for 2 years. Your steadfast focus on governance, on creating a system where all of us feel heard, informed, and empowered is the reason this board's public influence and the work on governance has come this far. It was an honor to share the dais with each of you, and you've left an important and lasting impression on this body. Thank you so much.
Thank you all for your public comments. We will now go to representatives for their State Board members for questions. Representative Bernstadt.
Thank you all for your time. I have no questions at this time.
Representative Chang.
Is it Mr. Westcott? Sorry, wearing blue, yeah. Dylan Craig, excuse me. Thank you. I'm curious from your day-to-day experience in the schools, how you're thinking about the way that things trickle down from the policies that you're talking about, and if you have any anecdotes from your personal experiences that can help us inform us of how we move this work forward.
I mean, I think a lot of it comes to who students can advocate towards, because we do push our students to be advocates for their issues in their community, the issues in their school, and a lot of times, I mean, you originally think the State Board of Education would be those to advocate to, and obviously you all are. But in terms of some of the larger policy and the bureaucracy around it, it comes between the council, who kind of has this acting role, the mayor, when with you all having a bit more governance, I think the avenues for advocacy would be more clear for students, and it would just be a much more democratic process to.
And so, in the current system, when you have had an issue, where do you go first?
It depends on the issue, I guess, and that's one of the problems, because it is a bit of a convoluted system with so many different kind of levers and actors. Sometimes it's an ANC, sometimes it's the the ward council member, sometimes it is the State Board of Education. But because of so many, I guess, different hands in the pot, per se, in the bureaucracy and limited roles of each, it really is situation by situation, I suppose.
Thank you.
Representative O'Leary.
Thank you all so much for your support of our resolution on governance. I have a question for the teachers and because we're about to enter Christmas vacation, and we're losing teachers. We've been losing teachers since the beginning of school, and I'm really afraid of what's going to happen when schools open up again in January. I'd just like you to comment on that.
I appreciate you asking about that question right now, because we're really at a critical moment with it. This is the moment when we need to be asking that question as we go into winter break when burnout is so high. I want to share a few things with you. I spoke to a teacher this morning at a school that has lost 15 teachers since the beginning of the year. At the schools that I have been at over the past week, I've made a point of asking in each of them how many people have been out on any given day. And we've had a lot of schools that have had 10, 15, 20 people or more out on a single day calling out, which means students are just in the auditorium. There's no learning happening. In our work, which is educator wellness and retention work with schools, we've had 18 principals reach out to us this week for partnership. That is equivalent to what we've had in our entire 4 years, 4 times our current capacity to serve them. And we're trying to staff up and expand that capacity, because the principals are begging for more support because of the amount of teachers who are leaving. The schools need support now for that work.
Thank you. I know I've only got a couple of seconds, but thank you so much for that information, because this is an emergency that needs to be addressed by the executive, and I hope someone's listening.
Thank you. Representative Patterson.
Thank you. First of all, I appreciate each one of you coming before us and just digging into this subject. I know this is a subject that we've all talked about. There's several members that I've talked to. Nice to see both you, Scott, and to see Marcus here. I also appreciate those who have talked about great weight, because currently an ANC has more weight, so to speak, with anything going forward to any other agencies than we do, and that's something that I've been pushing forward for some time. So I would like to see that dynamic change. Also, the ability to also change how policies are initiated, so that we have that opportunity to weigh in and be responsive to parents and to other policymakers who would like to see those who have been elected initiate policy. The one thing that I want to get a little bit more understanding on very quickly is about the appointment of the superintendent. I think that's that thing that everybody has talked about. I want to understand who appoints affects learning in school. I know political ramifications, but how does that affect learning, if anyone wants to talk to me about that?
Governance is often talked about as a distraction from the issues we have to tackle, which is how are students learning in school. And I think so it's really important, the question you ask about how it's related. And what I would say is this: when we had the scandals in 2018 related to attendance, I was a teacher at the time that happened. I was being asked to pass students, we had an assembly where this was posed to us, to pass students through from 12th grade, I was a 12th grade teacher, who were not prepared for college, who had not attended school, who had not attended the class enough, who were not prepared. That can have a devastating effect on a student. They're going to go on to accumulate a lot of debt. They might end up back where they started. And that is because of a lack of bringing that to the surface. And I think the politics of who appoints the superintendent, who they report to, has to do with whether we'll surface things like that. And that affected students in their learning.
Representative Gasoy.
Thank you. I think that's an excellent question. I'm just wondering if anybody else on the panel wants to answer that. And if not, that's okay too.
Well, you know, I think given that the Office of the State Superintendent and the State Board have such a close working relationship, and given that this space, especially at the state level, really does occupy the only publicly elected, right, democratic body in our education ecosystem, who appoints, I think, definitely dictates the outcome. I think it sets the stage for a different conversation with the public that I think is really important. The state board members are more engaged, the public is more engaged in the forward direction of state policy, which I think just brings more voices to the table on the front end, which I think helps better inform the decision on the back end. I think when it's caught kind of at the top in a bureaucratic, mess, right, at the top, I think it doesn't lend itself to the type of democratic process that families and teachers and folks on the ground are asking for. We know how much the decisions you make on the dais really do impact the outcomes on the ground. And it's the same with the state superintendent, who in turn is supposed to hold those systems accountable for delivering for students and families.
Thank you. In my last 30 seconds, I just want to give back the appreciation. I think all of you in your own ways have really helped to raise the visibility and the effectiveness of this board. As I think one of you said, with its very limited authority, I think we've done a lot over the last many years. And I think, Scott, you and Empower Ed and Patricia, you're part of this, just have made us more important by being here all the time, right? Nice to put face to a name. Mr. Craig, thanks so much. And you bringing the state board's resolution to your students on public safety. For the public, Mr. Craig reached out to Representative O'Leary and I to come and speak about our resolution. That's, also taking a very proactive stance in elevating us. And of course, Marcus Batchelor, I think we don't need any words, right? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Representative Wattenberg.
Hi, everybody. I also just want to start by saying thanks especially to Scott and to Marcus for your very kind words. And I want to really second what Emily said. I think we're going to have some time at the end, or take some time at the end, and I will talk more about this reciprocity of the people on the dais and the people at the table and in the community. It's so important. And I also just want to really thank Marcus for what he said. It was really something for the two of us to be the leadership of the board for 2 years. And we all talk about this, and I believe this phrase actually comes from Marcus. I use it all the time to elevate the voice of our community, and I'm not going to absolutely say it came from Marcus because we all talked about these, but that idea really animated what we tried to do, and so I'm so glad you're here. Now, I basically want to turn the rest over. The two things is, is if Scott or anybody else wants to talk more about the teacher turnover, because it is really a catastrophe. And then second is on this issue of why it's important to name, for the board to name the superintendent, and how that affects fair data and, as Scott says, the ability of teachers to raise problems, candidly.
Yeah, so I mean, the teacher turnover thing, teachers are tired, and I think it's really important for them to have a clear mode of advocacy to talk about these issues, and also to have support from their elected officials. As far as the state superintendent piece, I think it really comes down to transparency as well and public trust. If the state superintendent's elected by a democratically elected board who they know, they've interacted with, they testify in front of, they feel like the data that's being presented is actually representative. And I'm not saying that it's necessarily not, but there is an aspect of transparency and public trust that comes with someone being appointed by a democratically elected body.
Thank you very much. Thanks to all of you.
Thank you. Representative Parker.
Thank you all for your testimony. Mr. Goldstein, I think outside of staff and elected members, you may be the one person in this room that has shown up here more times than not, so thank you for your tireless advocacy. Mr. Batchelor, thank you for being an example for me when I came on the board. As a young black guy elected to this board, your leadership was important and a model for me. I have a question, and I'm going to start with Mr. Craig. And if we can just parse out what that might look like. Let's say the state board did nominate a superintendent that still needed to be approved by council. In the work that you've done or in your advocacy, what would you say would be the best mechanisms to manage the superintendent? A follow-up question, and I'm going to punt this to everyone, something we're not really talking a lot about so far tonight is access to data. And we've heard over the years that the public wants access to data, especially longitudinal data. And so what would you push the board to consider in if we had a magic wand and were able to have access to the data, how to, one, what should we be requesting, and two, how should we make that readily available to the public? So that's a lot for 40 seconds, I know, but.
And could you so you're saying.
So the first one, let's say the state board is able to appoint the superintendent, then what, in terms of the management? If you go beyond that first initial step, then what happens in terms of process?
Well, I guess it would just be making sure the state superintendent's being held accountable for the role from the federal aspect of making sure the certain needs of the state.
Are you suggesting, sorry to interrupt, are you suggesting that the state board manage the superintendent or just appoint the superintendent?
I would say manage and, well, appoint and manage, I guess, to a degree. But I'm sure there's plenty of people who have more finer the policy aspects of it.
Okay.
Not included, but I would say appoint and manage.
Thank you. That's my time.
Vice President Thompson.
Okay. I have a couple different thoughts. One, I appreciate of course, when people come testify before us, because you could have been anywhere in the world, at any holiday party, but you're here with us. And it has been a long year. So thank you for that. Second, I appreciate noting, Scott, about the pain points and the purpose of changes are to address where people have pain points. I'm curious if, aside from some of the things that have been noted, if there are particular recommendations that you see as addressing pain points of residents currently. And anyone can answer that, but.
I'll try to be quick so other people can answer. I mean, I think the SBOE initiating policy, instead of just approving, addresses a pain point. The pain point for me is people only have one public hearing really to go to. So regardless of what the thing is that they want to talk about, if they're a parent, if they're a student, if they're a teacher, they can come here. There's no OSCE hearing, there's no DCPS hearing, so they can come here and testify. So the pain point is the gap between who they testify to and what happens. So that, I think, addresses a pain point. I think the data thing addresses a pain point because we've seen how that can negatively affect students. And I think there's other ones like you being able to access the data that address a pain point. I'll let others.
Again, I've been saying this, but I would echo again who we actually testify in front of and what kind of levers they're able to pull to actually make change. And again, not to say that you haven't used your platform, your ability to do significant changes in the school system, but these reforms could add more to that and actually add more kind of public faces, advocacy, and testimonies that actually kind of lead to that progress.
President Sutter.
Thank you. Thank you, Scott and Marcus, for the kind words on the members of the board here. Scott, I assume I can count on you in my conspiratorial effort to assure that our teachers are the ones writing our curriculum, so I'm excited to work with you in that going forward. I wanted to use my time actually just to share a few thoughts on the point that a number of you have raised about the superintendent reporting to the board. One thought is this: I inherently believe we need more democracy in the world, and we certainly need more democracy in the District of Columbia, where we're all disenfranchised as voters. That said, I think we have a system right now where the mayor appoints a state superintendent who then has to be confirmed by council. And I think as part of this discussion, we have to acknowledge that that person is always appointed by the mayor and always confirmed by the council. I have yet in my time in DC to ever see a nominee to the state superintendent role since OSSI was created who was not confirmed. So we have a democratic body that has an opportunity to check the power, and they choose not to. I can imagine all sorts of political reasons they choose not to, but there is a democratic process in which it is difficult. That's a council where each member is a full-time employee, where they have full-time staffs of their own employees. And what I'm concerned about is that the proposal being suggested to the board tonight is that we, as an elected body that is part-time, with a staff of 6 for all 9 of us, take on that responsibility that council has failed to do with its existing power. So I mean, I know I haven't left anybody much time, but any thoughts on that?
Yeah, so I think for the state board, right, the problem is too little power. Sometimes the problem is too much power, and right, what bodies like the council can give sufficient attention to, I think is a real consideration we have to think of when we're designing governance structures, especially on something as important as public education. So I do say increase the capacity of the state board to do the important work that I think they should do, but I believe that there's a clear through line to the engagement between the state board and the office of the state superintendent that I think just makes that authority more common sense.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for your testimony. Thank you all for joining us. As they take their seats, we'll call the next panel of witnesses. Gabrielle DeBose, Dominique Moore, Regina Bell, Armand Cervantes, Raymond Mullins, Rebecca Wolf. We will start with Ms. DeBose.
The children.
I'm sorry, if you all can just remember to speak a little bit closer to the mic.
I can elevate my voice. The children. What are we doing for the children? Good evening and happy holidays to you and your family. I am Gabrielle DeBose, Empower Ed board member, teacher facilitator, and the Writing Center coordinator at Duke Ellington School of the Arts. Empower Ed is a teacher advocacy organization doing work around elevating teacher voice. The State Board of Education, an elected body with some former teachers, has hearings like this one to support those voices. To that end, thank you, State Board, for listening to our DC education community on a regular basis. What we need now is for the SBOE education governance reform to reach OSSI. We need full support from OSSI to have more checks and balances with equitable oversight over public school education governance in this city. The reforms that you're currently voting on are the beginning of reasonable change to public education governance in DC. Our state board should appoint the superintendent of OSSI instead of the mayor appointing that position to maintain integrity in a public school system that historically struggles with accountability. A legitimate checks and balance system can help to avoid data scandals, something known to happen in DC, which means that OSSI leadership can have a clear path to resist the temptation to to represent their boss, the mayor, instead of the students they are meant to serve. Shared governance encourages accountability. We support mayoral involvement, but not control. Our current system over public school education is the catalyst for repeat offenses and attendance and graduation rate scandals, not to mention the data scandal at OSSE. If the state superintendent's office lacks a sophisticated data collection system needed to track how students recover from learning loss, the State Board of Education should have governance over that office to ensure that OSSE's data collection system is relevant to track data on every school and on teachers and students over time. Accurate data can be accounted for and found useful to reference and assess overall achievement of a school or an educator. DC remains the only city in the country to have 100% mayoral control of public school education, yet that 15-year-old practice has failed to produce the necessary data that supports the education gap with any significant decrease. In other words, equity in learning has not improved under mayoral control of DCPS. Thank you for your time and attention to my testimony.
Good evening. It has been 15 years since the council gave the mayor full control of DC public schools, essentially stripping this democratically elected body of much of its authority over public schools in DC. The four main reasons the council gave for this new governance was DCPS was in a state of emergency. Progress from other reform initiatives moved too slowly. The complex school control structure resulted in a system without clear accountability, and the new system would quickly improve student achievement. Who could pass up those promises? Unfortunately for our students, mayoral control did not fulfill its promises. Students of color and low-income students have made modest gains at best, and achievement gaps between them and their white and wealthier peers have barely budged. In some cases, those gaps have widened. At this point, it is unclear what plans the mayor or the chancellor have to improve the school system, and student outcomes accept more of the same. Despite exclusive mayoral control, or more likely due to the lack of results and accountability, the council has been actively passing legislation to address some of the chronic problems that continue to plague DCPS. In December 2020, the council unanimously passed Addressing Dyslexia and Other Reading Difficulties Amendment Act of 2020. One reason for this law was that in 2019, only 30% of DC fourth grade students were reading at or above a proficient level. Another council member introduced School Work Order Integrity Amendment Act, which requires DGS to get approval from a school staff member before closing a work order in their school. This was necessary because work orders were being closed, but the repair was not being done. Last year, Chair Mendelson introduced a bill, Schools First and Budgeting Amendment Act, to revise the method for school budgeting for DCPS. In 2019, the council passed a law creating the DC Education Research Practice Partnership to conduct independent research-related research that would support the improvement of public schools. This is a deja vu all over again. Little has changed since DCPS has been under mayoral control. Many students aren't reading on grade level, teachers aren't getting paid on time, buildings are not being maintained. And the punitive teacher evaluation system instituted at the beginning of mayoral control, known as IMPACT, has been shown to be racist and biased. Yet nothing has changed to correct these injustices. It should come as no surprise that DCPS has one of the highest teacher turnover rates in the country. It's time to rethink governance and oversight of DCPS. We should return control of public education to the locally elected State Board of Ed with strong oversight from an education committee to provide the checks and balances that are so desperately needed. On this darkest day of the year, let's make a commitment to give the students in DC public schools a brighter future by giving them a first-class education. As you all know, this task is not easy, but I am certain that if we work together, DC public schools can become a world-class education system.
Good evening. My name is Armand Cuevas, Ward 1 resident, and I'm currently a high school administrator in a public charter school in Ward 4. Previously, I was a DCPS high school math teacher in Ward 5 for 5 years and a teacher overall for 10 years. I'm here to speak about mayoral control and governance over the education system here in DC. Like my People here before me have said it's a matter of checks and balances. This is a matter of racial equity. This is a matter of democracy. We have seen how in usually majority black and brown school districts, power is taken away from the black and brown voters regarding education and given to the mayor. Yes, the mayor is also democratically elected, but that mayor can sometimes misrepresent different voter needs depending on the ward, or they might not have the educational expertise. We need to have our State Board of Education already democratically elected and representative of different wards to be the voice for our parents and students, along with having the power to bring forward the change and the needs they seek. Specifically, I was looking at the Louis George DC State Education Agency Independence Amendment Act of 2021. This gives our State Board of Education oversight over OSSE and allows DCPS teachers to run for State Board of Education. We need teachers or ex-teachers to be part of the voice on the State Board of Education. Furthermore, we need to make sure that the SBOE position is a paid/better paid position because it takes a lot of work to do advocacy, go to meetings, do research, speak to the people, and so on. If we want our SBOE members to do a good job, they need to be able to maintain a standard of living. With SBOE having oversight over OSSE and indirectly over DCPS and DCPCS, the elected SBOE can directly affect the schools and make sure their constituents' needs are heard. For example, so many students and families are clamoring for less testing, more mental health services, and so on, and they vote for these people in the SBOE, yet their demands are not being heard. Our students remain over-tested and under-supported in mental health. Finally, this isn't a complete overhaul because the mayor will still retain some type of power. This is just a checks and balances, not an overhaul. Let's work towards making the DC education system as democratic as possible so our students and families' voices are heard, and complete mayoral control over education and move towards a more balanced system.
Good evening. I'm Raymond Mullings, a proud Empower Ed Fellow alumnus, advisory board member of the National Fellowship for Black and Latino Male Educators, current Director of Equity Strategy and Programming at a local education agency. As a former school leader and humanities teacher, I've enjoyed peering into the eyes of young minds as they make connections, grappling with our nation's history. My mind takes me back to January of this year when students in my civics section analyzed the grim photos of the January 6th insurrection. I can vividly recall the dismay of some learning that our Capitol had been attacked before. The year was 1812 and Madison was in his inaugural term as president. However, this wasn't his first pivotal role. As the father of the Constitution, Madison once wrote, "Ambition must be made to counteract ambition. The interests of the man must be connected with the constitutional rights of the place. It may be a reflection of the human nature that such devices should be necessary to control the abuses of government." Like so many others tonight, I am here to talk about reforming education governance in our city. School districts are traditionally controlled by locally elected school boards, which makes decisions on how schools are run. Since the implementation of mayoral control, our city schools have made far too less progress. The children of Washington, D.C. need not suffer from the consequences of bureaucracies, politics, and power. We need to ensure equitable funding, credible education data, and practices that improve the academic performance and socio-emotional well-being of students. Students who may have unique learning challenges, navigating through trauma, living in poverty, or perhaps a mix of them all. A few points I want to emphasize are SBOE should appoint the superintendent. DC residents report the need for access and transparency. Power dynamics establish the need to appease the person who's hired you, which can alter the decisions one makes. We need morals over matters of state, integrity over influence. SBOE should also have policy initiation authority, particularly in the areas of attendance, graduation requirements, and standards. I enjoy testifying before this board because I know the individuals in front of me care. Folks should have greater access to be heard by those who initiate change. I could double down on the points others have raised tonight, but the focus in my head and in my heart remains on the thousands of children impacted by our current educational structure. In Federalist Paper number 51, Madison goes on to say, "If men were angels, no government would be necessary." We need to reform our education government to have more checks and balances so no one branch or person or role has too much control of power. Madison speaks on constitutional rights, and our city's ability to do right by children is directly tied to our willingness to advocate against what is wrong. Full mayoral authority of our schools is wrong. I thank each and every board member for their attention as we share time and space tonight toward liberty, justice, and an equitable education for all.
Good evening. I apologize about my delay, but I had a flat tire, so I'm here. Good evening to the members of the State Board of Education and my fellow representation from Ward 7, Ebony Rose Thompson. Hi. My name is Patricia Stamper, and I'm the resident of Ward 7, more specifically the Burville and Deanwood community. This is my 3rd year serving as an Empower Ed Fellow. I've submitted more extensive testimony to your email. Please check it. Please read it. I've also submitted that same testimony via email to the Committee of the Whole. So please read it. With that being said, I've come to board this board prior with public testimony in a hybrid posture. I was very dismayed that there was no hybrid option and I had to drive here, but I'm here. The first 10 years I was a paraprofessional and I worked for DC Public Schools. However, the last 2 years, I worked for the DC Public Charter School sector as a teacher. However, transparency, transparency, transparency. I'm still looking for it. It's not in the DC Charter School Board, the way they pay people. I believe that there should be a minimum and maximum for each position, and it needs to be publicized in the annual report. I believe this will create better transparency, so people know when they go to work for different LEAs, they know that this is the maximum that I can make if I stay with this position, or if I want to change and go to a different position, or possibly negotiate my salary, because when you work for a charter school, you are an at-will employee. You will have more options and be able to negotiate and know how you can negotiate. Right now, as a teacher, I really don't know the salary. I know the scale, but that's it. I don't know the minimum and maximums. I work with paraprofessionals that are just paid over 20 to 25 cents over minimum wage, yet the paraprofessionals that I serve with are doing toileting, they're doing behavior plan implementation, they're helping me with cultivating IEPs and implementing these IEPs. They help with behavior interventions. If a child has a behavior and they act out even in a violent manner, there are paraprofessionals in my classroom that are MAT trained to support me with calming down that student. However, that paraprofessional is not paid a living wage. I don't think that's equitable, and a lot of the paraprofessionals that I work with and teachers that I work with look just like me and just like Ebony Rose Thompson and just like at-large member Mr. Patterson. I don't think that's equitable, and I want you as a board to change that and to beg the DC Council to make sure there's a living wage for men and women that look like me in my ward. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now start with member questions. Representative Bernstadt.
Hi, thank you all for your time. I think I just have one question for Ms. Stamper. So I think what it seems like the first part that you're talking about would be us having more access to data and working with the council. Is there anything else you think the board can do to ensure that there's more transparency around salary?
I think that every DC public charter school, when they give their annual report, I've read through many reports, even for the LEA that I work for, and I noticed that my name, my level of education is there stated, but not the maximum or minimum for that position. I believe that every DC public charter school board should be allowed and demanded to say what the minimum is for these positions. For instance, there are pairs that's under my supervision in my classroom that are not paid equitably. Yet, I know this pair has this amount of experience and this pair has this amount of experience, but it's not equitable. They're being paid this amount, that amount, it's all different, but there's no standard. There's no, as Salim Adolfo says, a standard of excellence on how we pay people. We don't know. They're just arbitrarily creating it as they go. And I don't think that's fair, and it creates issues with retaining employees. And then there's a revolving door, teacher retention, hello, in my classroom, and I'm experiencing it. Just this year alone, I've lost 8 paraprofessionals in my classroom. School started, the last Monday in August, and today's December 21st, and I've already had to retrain 8 people in my classroom and replace them. So that would be my suggestion, to make every LEA release it in their annual report and let that be the standard.
Okay, thank you all for your time. Thank you, Ms. Stamper.
Thank you. Representative Chang.
Mr. Mullins, looking very dapper as always. Thank you for joining us. Well, your quote about the angels makes me think of one of my favorite Durkheim quotes, that when mores are strong, laws are unnecessary, and when mores are weak, laws are unenforceable. Which, as we talk about governance today, I think there are certain policies that we can change, and I think the actual execution and the way that we implement it day to day, and people who disagree are always going to look for loopholes, right? And I think that's your quote is making me think about, after we make these recommendations that we're talking about tonight, how do we actually follow up on it? Which, Ms. Stamper, the word that stood out to me most from your testimony tonight is beg. The ways in which we actually take the recommendations, right? And we've been having conversations about this for years as a city. I've been a part of the board for 2 years now and have had hours and hours of conversations about this with each of you. And so I have 45 seconds left, but for me, it's really a question of how, right? What's worked, what hasn't, what do we do differently to actually reach the goals that you're aiming for?
Mr. Chang, thank you for your question. So good to see you as well. I hope this is not too much of a disappointment due to the nature, let me rephrase, due to my level of positionality and my proximity to those in DC, this may or may not be a safe space for me to share, particularly out to the public, to which I cannot see. Therefore, I will politely decline from answering any and all questions tonight. However, I love engaging in conversation with you as well as other representatives on the board, and so definitely happy to discuss, but I would choose to keep these comments private in this moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative O'Leary.
Thank you all so much. The State Board of Education is elected to represent the students and the teachers and the parents in our respective wards. When I came on the board, this conversation would never have happened. As far as we were just an advisory board, we had our little space, and that's where the government wanted us to be. The barn door is open, and we want the people to be represented by the state board, and the people in the schools to be represented by the state board. And so the things that we're going to be talking about tonight about governance have to do with opening up information so that everyone, Ms. Stamper, can be treated fairly. I don't really have any questions for you because I know how you feel, and that's how I feel. So thank you so much for coming. Please continue to support us because the revolution it may be televised, even though I don't know who's watching it.
Thank you. Representative Patterson.
Thank you. Mr. Voss, I love how you came in saying the children, the children, the children. I say that because we have two systems. And I think a lot of times when we have these conversations, we don't talk about that we have two systems. We have a public charter school system, then we have a traditional school system. And tonight we're talking about governance, and I really appreciate you, Ms. Stamper, for bringing that element of that there's some differences between the two entities that are both public, that serve all of our children. 47% that I understand are in charter, 53% that are in traditional schools. My questions to both of you guys, because of what we do as elected officials, we don't pick and choose who we answer to when somebody comes with a question to us or a problem. We take it, regardless of where their children are enrolled or where that teacher teaches. How do you guys see governance changes affecting both sectors? If we're going to be appointing or we're going to someone reports to, how do you see that playing out for that superintendent on both sides?
I'm going to speak as equitably as I can in answering your question. Because this is
the people's house, and this is where the majority of the people come and bring testimony, et cetera, because this is a democratically elected board. When that change happens and SBOE is elevated to have that particular authority to appoint the superintendent, the conversations that happen here by the people, for the people, of the people, are then able to translate and transfer over to that particular superintendent over OSSI, so that democracy can be at play. All the logistics of how it can work out and how it can impact DCPS and charter is yet to be seen. That with this particular board, we didn't have this board 15 years ago. Different board, different people, different situation, scenario, different time period, some of the same issues though. And so until we get there to actually understand how it's going to play out, we can't answer all those questions yet, but the point is checks and balances is needed so that every voice is represented, DCPS and charter. And so to have that kind of change happen, where again, the optics of it is different because it's not looking politically minded or based, because it's the change is happening, the oversight would happen from a democratically elected board, bringing the voice of the people into that conversation.
Thank you. Representative Gasoy.
Thank you so much. Thank you all for your support of our resolution. Thank you, Mr. Mullins, for connecting us to our history and making this time make sense in the context of what has come before. And Ms. Stamper, as always, thank you for keeping it real. Thank you for being here, of course. And I have a clarifying question for you. So you're saying that the maximum and minimum salaries should be stated and made transparent. Are you saying there should be, that each LEA can come up with their maximum and minimum and make it transparent? Or are you saying there should be an outside agency that sets it so that it's a fair maximum and minimum?
I like how you were democratic in your question. I'll be democratic in my response. As Gabriel said, there should be checks and balances. Right there's not. For instance, I can give you an example. There was once a paraprofessional that was offered a position. He or she was given $50,500 salary to teach 60 students, second and third grade level, language immersion. He or she was expected to know English, French, and Spanish, and intervene and deal with IEPs, BIPs, behavior intervention plans, and team co-teach 2 to 3 times out the week with another teacher that spoke a different language. Yet they were only given $50,500. Okay, that same person then went to a different charter school and was salaried at $58,800, then given a raise to $62,587. How is that fair? How is that transparent? That same person has a master's and a bachelor's and has passed the practice writing and reading, but not math. Therefore, they're not qualified as certified. Therefore, how is that person then given that salary? How is that standard? How is that transparent? How is that then another teacher can be hired? They can be paid more just because they passed another test, but they don't have the experience to work with the same children. So I do believe there needs to be, as Ms. Gabriel said, some type of checks and balances put in place where every LEA should be telling the minimum and maximum of a position. For instance, DC Public Schools, when you go on their website and apply, they tell you the minimum and maximum for that position. However, if you go to different DC Public Charter Schools and their websites, each one has their own recruiting, own employment, own central office. So each one is paying different. There's no set standard or scale on how we're paying people. So therefore, we have a working poor. We have paraprofessionals that are needing SNAP benefits, that need the benefits from the city in order to stay in a position to serve the children of the district.
Ms. Stamper,
I'm sorry, I was going on and on, but with that being said, it needs to be some better way, because people, it's hard out there.
Thank you. Representative Wattenberg.
So first to Mr. Mullins. I don't know if you were here earlier, but we had this great panel on the social studies standards, and one of the things that I raised was I was concerned about having enough material in there that students could attach information on democratic principles and sort of what we've learned over all these years as we become a truly more multiracial democracy. And I really, your comment from, your quote from Madison about ambition must be made to counter. Ambition is exactly the kind of thing that I hope our students learn. So maybe you could join that group as well. I'm sure you have nothing else to do. But that said, I'm going to give anybody who wants to a chance to comment again on the state superintendent issue, but it was heavily handled by the previous panel. One thing I want to throw out is one of the ideas in here is to create an independent venue where staff and principals could appeal terminations, because we don't currently have that. And so it speaks maybe a little bit to what you were saying, that people are concerned about their jobs, and so it makes people less candid. And to something that Scott Goldstein said earlier, I mean, people didn't want to speak out on the high school graduation issue when it was happening because they were worried about that. So let me just toss it out to whoever wants to jump in.
Unfortunately, how do I say this? The school that I work at currently, I'm in an ungraded program. Therefore, I don't give grades. I give data, I collect data on my students, and I write progress reports to show the growth that they're making. So my school pushes functional math, functional reading, functional adaptive living skills for special needs students, to give them the functional skills so they can be successful in life and more independent once they transition out of our program. We go to age 22, and after they get to age 22, then they transition out, and the goal is for them to have employment and be independent. So my program is a little more unique and different in how it's structured and how the charter was given by the DC Charter School Board.
I spoke too long.
Thank you. Representative Parker.
I want to thank you all for coming. I have no questions.
Vice President Thompson.
Good evening. I also want to thank you all for coming. I actually have a similar question to what I asked the first panel, which I know you joined us despite all your challenges, so thank you for that, Ms. Stamper. I'll voice over again. We started from a place of how do we create recommendations that address the pain points residents are having under this current system. Of the recommendations in front of you, are there specific recommendations that you feel address specific pain points that residents are currently having that you have not yet spoken to in your testimony? Like, what do you see those pain points to be, and how do you see them connected to the recommendations?
I'm gonna be honest, I'm not sure exactly which recommendations you're referencing.
Oh, I'm sorry, the governance
recommendations.
recommend.
On the way here.
The board governance recommendations.
I've chosen to silence my voice a little bit, but I want to underscore what Representative Patterson said around great weight that I believe Scott Goldstein also spoke to. I think that folks who are coming here and who are advocating for changes that they'd like to see in their day-to-day lives, I think those comments and thoughts and opinions need to fall on the ears of folks who can do something about it. And so I would definitely underscore the great weight recommendation.
I just want to go back to saying there needs to be in the public charter school annual report a maximum and minimum of pay for each position, so people know exactly what's the minimum and what's the maximum you can make. And it needs to be in every school, every LEA's annual report. That's my recommendation of our governance.
Heard.
Thank you. President Sutter.
Sorry, you can start in on next year's planning. So I want to thank everyone for coming tonight and for your comments. Mr. Mullings, I'm hoping I can count on you in that conspiratorial effort as well around educators being part of the writing of curriculum to align with the new social studies standards, because anyone who's quoting Federalist Papers makes me excited about the possibilities of our educators and leaders creating this work. Ms. Bell, I wanted to ask a follow-up question from your testimony. You say it's time to rethink governance and oversight of DCPS. We should return control of public education to the locally elected SBOE with strong oversight from a council's education committee to provide the checks and balances that are so desperately needed. So I had two follow-up questions. One is, the council chairman just named the committees for next year, and there is no education committee. And two, are you suggesting here that the state board would also have oversight of DCPS?
I think that would be a good idea. I don't know that the council, I know the council has oversight now, but I think, I'm not sure how effective that is.
Can you say more about why you think the board would be more effective, given what we've heard a lot of theme tonight is that a democratically elected body needs to have oversight. And as you just noted, the council currently has fiscal oversight of DCPS as well as performance oversight of DCPS, but folks don't seem to think they've done a good job. So
I think a committee, education committee would help, not a whole committee. So if they change that structure, maybe that would be enough. But yeah, something needs to give. So I don't, whether it's this board or a education committee, hopefully that would produce changes in just, like I said, teachers getting paid, paraprofessionals getting paid what they're worth. The reading, you know, the council did pass a reading initiative. I don't know why DCPS couldn't do that. So they are doing some things, but I feel like it's piecemeal. So maybe the state board would be a better entity to have oversight.
thank you so much.
Thank you, witnesses, for joining us tonight. That concludes our public witness list.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Butler, for calling our witnesses. I want to thank all the public witnesses who testified tonight for their comments. We deeply appreciate you making time to be with us. I'll echo what Vice President Thompson said, that there are lots of places you could have been tonight, and we appreciate that you chose to be here with us. Members, we're going to move now to votes on our state resolutions, followed by our ceremonial resolutions and adoptions of state board publications. We're handling the resolutions in a different order tonight. We're going to do work first and celebration second, so we can end the night of our last meeting of the year on a joyful tone. As a reminder to the viewing public, state resolutions may be submitted as an item for consideration by any member, provided the submission is made at least 7 business days before the date of the meeting at which consideration is desired. And the state resolution must include at a minimum a title or description, supplementary material to it as necessary to explain its need, and a statement on how the resolution will increase equity in education in the District of Columbia. The State Board also adopted the practice of sending all state resolutions to our Student Advisory Committee for their review and consideration. We thank members who attended the SAC meeting to present on the resolutions, that's a practice we'll continue going forward. I thank the students, too, for weighing in on our resolutions. For each state resolution, I'll look for a motion and a second. This will be followed by Ms. Butler reading each into the record. After Ms. Butler reads the resolution into the record, I'll turn to our student representative, Bernstad, to share the SAC statement. This will be followed by member discussion before roll call votes are conducted. Our first state resolution is SR 22-11 on submission of letter to the DC Education Research Collaborative. Representative Wattenberg, would you like to make the motion?
So moved.
A motion has been made by Representative Wattenberg. Is there a second?
Second.
The motion has been seconded by Dr. O'Leary. The motion being properly moved and seconded, Ms. Butler will read the resolution into the record.
State Board of Education resolution on the submission of letter to DC Education Research Collaborative, SR 22-11. Whereas members of the DC State Board of Education have sent the following letter to the DC Education Research Collaborative. The DC State Board of Education strongly supports independent research on the district's schools and education. Over the past few years, the State Board has amplified and led on work related to the understanding of teacher retention, ensuring culturally diverse social studies standards, engaging stakeholders on the Every Student Succeeds Act, amplifying student voice and the effects of COVID pandemic on them, and unpacking perceptions about the district's education governance. Much of this work has been grounded in quantitative and qualitative research, and the DC Education Research Collaborative begins to identify its initial work and 5-year research plan, we look forward to being a continued and engaged thought partner. The State Board participates in the DC Education Research Collaborative both through its seat on the advisory committee currently held by Ward 8 Representative Carlene Reed, and through previous opportunities like sharing input via the collaborative brainstorm survey and directly with members of the staff of the collaborative. The State Board has been a strong advocate of early reading instruction based on the science of reading and strong instruction in content areas. In 2001, the State Board engaged directly with the Office of the State Superintendent to ensure that each approved DC educator preparation provider and subject area program be held to uniform standards and prepare teachers to demonstrate competency in each of the 5 components: phonetic awareness, phonics, oral reading fluency, vocabulary, and comprehension of scientifically based reading instruction. Further, the Council of the District of Columbia, with strong support from the State Board, adopted Bill 23-150, Addressing Dyslexia and Other Reading Disabilities Act of 2020, aimed at preventing and addressing early reading difficulties, including dyslexia, dysgraph, and dyscalculia, and providing support for professional development, early screening, and intervention in schools. There are varying levels of effectiveness when considering the different approaches to early education, reading, professional development, intervention, and other practices. These practices may or may not work education-based settings due to a number of factors, and each research aimed at understanding what is working best and what could use better implementation is vital. The State Board urges the DC Education Research Collaborative to include a focus on early reading instruction and especially the implementation of the Council of the District of Columbia Bill 23-150 into its work and 5-year research plan. Additionally, the State Board recently heard from a panel of experts at its September 21st public meeting on spending the elementary and secondary education relief funds in DC and other states. The panelists shared examples of innovative ways the ESSER funds could be spent to improve the equity and promote learning. The State Board convened this panel as it continues to explore the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic on students' associated recovery efforts and successful and meaningful learning acceleration initiatives. The State Board recognizes the need for more specific DC-based research in this area and calls on the DC Education Research Collaborative to include a focus on evaluating COVID-19 recovery efforts, learning acceleration into its work and 5-year research plan. The DC State Board of Education looks forward to the work ahead of the DC Education Research Collaborative. We welcome continued and ongoing discussion about relevant issues and areas that we feel would be best serve the residents of the District of Columbia and will remain in contact as pertinent education issues are shared with us. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the DC State Board of Education urges the DC Education Research Collaborative to include focus on early reading instruction and especially on the implementation of the Council of the District of Columbia Bill 23-150 into its work and 5-year research plan. And be it further resolved that the DC State Board urges the DC Education Research Collaborative to include a focus on evaluating COVID-19 recovery efforts and learning acceleration into its work and 5-year research plan.
Thank you, Ms. Butler. I know that was a long one to read. Is there discussion on the resolution? Representative Wattenberg.
Hi, thank you. So I first raised this issue in September, and for various reasons it's coming before us now. But the reason I raised it at the time was the consortium was putting together its priorities, and we wanted to be very clear that the board thought that reading in particular, and then we added COVID-related acceleration efforts, be a really high priority of that consortium and its research. And in pulling this together initially, I worked with Representative Reed, who is our representative to that to the consortium, and also with Representative Chang, who's been leading our work on reading. And so initially we were going to just put in something just asking for these to be the priorities. It was the proposal of the president that we should send a letter, not just a resolution, which we all thought was a terrific idea. We sent the letter, and now what's important is to put that letter on the record so it's easy to find and people know where we stand, and also for each of us to be on the record as supporting it, because the letter itself didn't have names at the end. It was just State Board. So with that, I want to just say again, I appreciate the work this board has done around reading. Representative Chang's work in sort of raising it up. It is so critical. It's come up today, and one of the very specific things in here is to ask the research consortium to really look at how the implementation of the dyslexia legislation is being carried out. Because as we all know, you can call for something, you can make this the policy, but if you want it to happen, well, you have to be in there looking at it, seeing if it works. A lot of things don't work. So that's a big part of what we're asking. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? I'll add one note. I think this is a wonderful letter, and I'm really pleased that our board sent it unanimously to the Research Collaborative and the Executive Director. I will, however, vote no on this resolution. During my time on the board, we've authored 23 letters. Not a single one has been adopted as a resolution. I don't know why this letter should be different, and I am concerned that it sets a precedent that the board will send letters. In this case, our letter was received, acknowledged, and replied to with an encouragement to contribute more feedback to the Research Collaborative. I'm not sure the purpose of the resolution, and so I don't see any reason now to support adopting it as a resolution. I want to say I support the content of the letter fully, and I'm really pleased that the Education Research Collaborative heard us, responded, and let us know that they received the feedback. Thank you. Vice President Thompson.
I think two things. I would agree that I don't want this to be a precedent that we send letters and resolutions. I think we should pick the appropriate tool for the appropriate thing because I want the opportunity sometimes to escalate up. So that is my opinion. I'm happy to vote in solidarity because it's important to the board. But as someone who will be continuing on this board, I do want to be very clear that I also do not want this to be a precedent for the board.
Thank you, Vice President Thompson. Dr. Gasoy.
I would like to say that I hope it's not a precedent that when a member wants to present a resolution, it is overridden by the president, which is what happened in this situation and why it has taken this long. And
Point of information, the resolution when submitted did not include the required information. So it wasn't overridden by the president. It failed to meet the criterion, which I read into the record at this meeting. I called for point of order, point of information, and I offered the point of information. Dr. Gasoy, please continue.
Thank you. So that is true, and it doesn't mean that the member who introduced it should not be able to introduce it again. This is not a precedent that should be set. And I'll just leave it there. I will say that when I did the outdoor learning letter, it was followed by a resolution. I don't see anything wrong with that. And I agree with with Representative Wattenberg's rationale for presenting this. And I'm sorry I'm getting emotional. But I feel like it is not the right of the president to override a member's. That is why we're here.
Dr. Patterson.
One thing I try to appreciate is that we use parliamentary procedures and that we always act with decorum. We don't want to reward outside of that. I'm going to vote for it. But if a person, regardless of what's going on between individuals, and we're trying to make sure that they are trying to follow the guidelines that are there, they shouldn't act out and then be rewarded for it, is what I'm trying to say. I hope this is not a precedent. I'm going to support it. I want to make sure that we always understand that if we're in disagreement, any members, that we're not going to take an action that really takes us outside of who we are as a body. is what I'm trying to say. But I'm going to support this because I believe in the merit of it.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is on adoption of SR 22-11. Ms. Butler will call the roll.
Representative Bernstadt?
Aye.
Representative Gasoy?
Aye.
Representative Chang?
Aye.
Representative Wattenberg?
Aye.
Representative O'Leary?
Aye.
Representative Parker?
Aye.
Representative Patterson?
Aye.
Vice President Thompson?
Aye.
President Sutter?
No.
The resolution has passed.
Our next state resolution is SR 22-16. Nope, on sexual assault data. Since Representative Reed is not here, I'll move the resolution on her behalf. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. The motion being properly moved and seconded, Ms. Butler will read the resolution into the record.
State Board of Education Resolution on Sexual Assault Data, SR 22-16. Whereas the DC State Board of Education passed SR 22-6 recommendations related to allegations of sexual assault and abuse in schools at its public meeting in July 2022. Whereas SR 22-6 called for the data to be made publicly available and incidents of sexual assault and abuse at schools to be disaggregated by type and reported annually by the Office of the State Superintendent of Education. Whereas the State Board's Outreach and Advocacy Committee held a roundtable on sexual assault in schools comprised of advisory neighborhood commissioners and the Child and Family Services Agency, DC Rape Crisis Center, the Office of the Ombudsman for Public Education, and the Office of the Student Advocate in September 2022. Whereas the key takeaways from that session were consistency in reporting of allegations of sexual abuse or assault, training of individuals who interface with children and students, and recommendations for data points that should be publicly available. Now therefore let it be resolved. The DC State Board of Education recommends to the Office of the State Superintendent of Education explore methods for sharing sexual assault and harassment data to increase transparency on the issue while protecting the identities and well-being of individuals who report these incidents and recognizing the appropriate data might vary for elementary, middle school, and high schools. Be it further resolved that OSSI should provide intervention and implementation action plans with local education agencies with substantiated sexual abuse claims. Be it further resolved, OSSI provides an annual report to the DC Council on sexual assault cases in schools, and they make that report and its data publicly available on its website, ensuring the report includes but is not limited to the following: how many incidents were reported in schools annually, how many incidents were investigated, how many claims were substantiated, and identify individuals that may have been terminated and or prosecuted due to sexual assault or abuse.
Is there discussion on the resolution? Representative Bernstad and then Dr. O'Leary.
The SAC statement is really short for all the resolutions tonight, so I'll just give this one briefly. In response to SR 22-16, on sexual assault data, the Student Advisory Committee votes in unanimous support of the passing of this resolution.
Thank you, Representative Bernstad. Dr. O'Leary?
Yes, I'd want to thank Representative Reed, who's not here tonight because of personal family reasons, for putting together this panel and getting everything done. This is a very, very personal kind of a resolution, something that affects too many people in this city and is sometimes pushed under the rug or pushed back into a room someplace. And so I think it's very important that we recognize how important it is to us.
Thank you, Dr. O'Leary. I'll just echo what you said. I want to thank Dr. Reed on the record for her advocacy on this issue, for her willingness to give space for so many advocates and adults in the city who have concerns about the way in which we treat data on sexual assault and abuse allegations in our schools being covered up or being difficult to find. And I really am excited about this resolution putting forth concrete solutions for how that data might be made more visible, more transparent, so as to keep our students well protected. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is on adoption of SR 22-16. Ms. Butler, please call the roll.
Representative Bernstadt?
Aye.
Representative Gasoy?
Aye.
Representative Chang?
Aye.
Representative Wattenberg? Representative O'Leary?
Aye.
Representative Parker?
Aye.
Representative Patterson?
Aye.
Vice President Thompson?
Aye.
President Sutter?
Aye.
The motion has passed unanimously.
Our next state resolution is SR 22-17 on recommendations on changes to education governance in the District of Columbia. Vice President Thompson, would you like to make the motion?
So moved.
A motion has been made by Vice President Thompson. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Patterson. The motion being properly moved and seconded, Ms. Butler will read the resolution into the record.
State Board of Education Resolution. Recommendations on the changes to education governance in the District of Columbia, SR 2217. Whereas the DC State Board of Education is committed to ensuring students, caregivers, and educators receive an excellent and equitable school experience. Whereas the State Board has sought to understand the strengths and areas of improvement for DC education system in general and DC's mayoral control system in particular. Whereas the State Board established an ad hoc board governance committee in February 2021 with the passage of SR 21-2 on the establishment of committees. Whereas the State Board defines education governance as the structures, processes, and lines of decision-making that are designed to ensure school accountability, transparency, responsiveness, rule of law, stability, equity and inclusiveness, empowerment, and broad-based community participation. Whereas the State Board, after 2 years of research and engagement with experts, stakeholders, and the public, using surveys, focus groups, and other forms of community feedback, heard the following takeaways. To improve parent and caregiver engagement, DC residents want increased clarity on the education system hierarchy and which agency to contact for certain issues, including their specific contact information. DC residents are aware of some DC education agencies and offices by name, but are not aware of their specific roles within the DC education system. Residents perceive the education governance system and structures to be overwhelming and difficult to navigate, even for the most informed and involved parents and caregivers. To ease the complicated structure of the DC education system, there should be a central website with everything residents need to know about education and schooling in DC, and share monthly communications and concerns that families and students shared and how they are being addressed. Students and educators and caregivers need more streamlined approach to communication, more opportunities to give feedback, and greater transparency for how that feedback is utilized. Community-based engagement by the State Board is key to raising its visibility and leverage as a trusted resource. Issues that need to be immediately addressed by the education system in DC are program quality in schools, mental health issues of students and staff, bullying and violence issues, and too many tests. DC residents ask for restructuring education governance and power dynamics to allow for stakeholders to have greater input and for decision-making power to be more transparent and accountable, i.e. rethinking mayoral control, increasing school autonomy, removing bureaucracies, bureaucratic redundancies, etc. And the education system in DC should focus on ensuring equitable funding and resources to schools, students, and educators, all students access to well-rounded education, improving transparency in school data, such as how funds are spent. Whereas, after further feedback from the public and additional public expert witnesses at the November 16th public meeting, the State Board found that improvements need to be made in the following areas of education governance: data, transparency and access, student, caregiver, and educator voice in the education decision-making process, timely resolution to individual education issues posed by students, caregivers, and educators, easily accessible information on the roles and responsibilities of all DC government agencies that impact education, efficient and effective communication, and actions across all government agencies impacting education, and the need for checks and balances that assure higher quality, credible education data and practices. Whereas the State Board developed recommendations and topics to further explore to address the above areas of improvement. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the State Board recommends the DC Council act legislatively to ensure the following actions are implemented to improve the educational experience of students, caregivers, and educators. 1, expand the State Board's authority to obtain data upon request from DC's education agencies, i.e. the Deputy Mayor of Education, the Office of the State Superintendent, and the DC Public Charter School Board in a timely way. 2, authorize the State Board to initiate policy in the areas in which it currently has statutory approval authority as enumerated under Statute 38-2652, and to amend policies brought to the State Board by OSSE. 3, authorize the State Board to approve the opening, closing, and citing of schools. 4, afford the Board with great weight requirement in all government agency decisions that impact schools, students, and education stakeholders. 5, create a centralized website or education governance hub and constituent hotline that maps, tracks, and closes constituent education issues under the auspice of the Office of the Ombudsman for Public Education and the Office of the Student Advocate. And 6, create a citywide board that oversees DCPS operations and facilities. Be it further resolved that the DC Council should explore and expand options and conduct further research to improve the current education system for the following topics: expanding the board's role to include appointing the State Superintendent of Education with confirmation from the DC Council, creating a structure independent of DCPS that would hear termination appeals from teachers and principals who believe they were terminated because of their views on school and system practices. And 3, more broadly, building structures and improving the capacity for students, their caregivers, educators, and community members to participate in advisory capacities in a more equitable way. Be it finally resolved that as the DC Council considers these recommendations, it should consider how to provide the State Board with increased staffing and programmatic capacity to ensure the above recommendations are implemented with fidelity and the greatest degree of success, accounting for a wider State Board roles, responsibilities, and authority.
Thank you. Is there discussion on the resolution? Representative Bernstein, are you going to read the SAC statement?
Yeah. In response to SR 22-17, recommendations on changes to education governance in the District of Columbia, the Student Advisory Committee votes in unanimous support of the passing of this resolution.
Thank you, Representative Bernstein. Additional discussion. Dr. O'Leary.
I have an amendment I'd like to propose. If you'll take a look at the information, I'd like you to look at line 91, which is expanding the State Board's role to include appointing the State Superintendent of Education with confirmation from the DC Council. I would like to move that sentence or those two lines and put them after line 79, so it would come under the authority in the therefore, where it says that the State Board recommends that the DC Council act legislatively to ensure the following actions. So I'd like for that, those two lines to be under that, the purview of that part of the resolution, so that the DC Council would act on that legislatively.
So
rather than where it says in the be it further resolved that the DC Council should explore and expand options and conduct further research. I think even from what we've heard tonight and what we heard all the time about the need for an independent state superintendent, that I think I would like to pose that as an amendment. I don't know if I've done that
Yeah,
correctly.
well, I want to repeat back what I think I'm hearing. So Dr. O'Leary is making an amendment, or proposing an amendment, to move lines 91 and 92 to come after the current line 79.
Right, so there would be the new lines
80
80
and 81. So an amendment needs to be moved, as you've done, and seconded. Is there a second? Dr. Gasoy has seconded. Now we have discussion on the amendment before we vote on the amendment. Is that right, Ms. Butler?
Not quite. So once the amendment has been seconded, someone then needs to give me a copy of the amendment, and I need to read it into the record.
Okay, so who has the copy of the amendment?
I have a copy of it.
And then we can discuss the amendment. Okay, thank you, Ms. Butler. So we've had the motion to amend properly moved by Dr. O'Leary, properly seconded by Dr. Gasoy, and now Ms. Butler will read it into the record, and then I'll call for discussion of the amendment.
Amendment number 1 on SR 22-17, proposer Representative Fraser O'Leary. Propose to move lines 91 through 92 forward to line 80. I propose to move lines 91 to 92, insert them in between lines 79 and 80, expanding the State Board's role to include appointing the State Superintendent of Education with confirmation from the DC Council.
Thank you, Ms. Butler. Is there discussion on the amendment? Dr. Patterson.
Let me turn this on. I struggle with this because I don't want to piecemeal the relationship that I believe we're hearing from constituents when we say we want to appoint without truly understanding what that means as far as how that relation goes forward. And I think I've brought this up prior about there is a connectivity between appointing and reporting. And I don't feel as if we have truly explored all of that. And so I'm a little bit hesitant to say, let's do one part without understanding the other part. And it just doesn't sit with me because I don't like to second guess and then we have to go back and ask for something when we only ask for partial or whatever the case may be. So I don't understand how that can happen and we get to where we want our constituents have told us to be, where we really want to have a lot more say-so in what the superintendent does, or even explore what that means for us and the capacity to do that and what that means for her staff and our staff. So, yeah, that's kind of where I am. I'm having a hard time saying move that to recommend at this particular time as opposed to exploring more the relationship between those two, that I can vote yes.
Thank you, Dr. Patterson. Further discussion? Vice President Thompson, I just gave you a PhD.
Good thing you gave me one, because I'm not going to get one. I actually have similar, so I should back up. One of the things that has been really important to me was trying to put button in as many things as we could as we make these recommendations. Not to say that they're perfect, not to say that we've thought of everything, not to even say that in the first list, we have all the capacity and it's a perfect world now. I do feel that one of the reasons for me as a committee member, this is in the second list is because I think it should totally be elevated and explored. We did not, from my perspective, we did not get enough into all the combinations that could look like should it be the SBOE appoints, the council confirms, their person then reports to us, or does that person still report to the mayor? Or there are so many combinations that this could be. And I have concerns and implications about that. For many of these other recommendations, as we will see in the fuller report that we write, we have a clearer, or at least I'll speak for myself, I have a clearer sense of what capacities we would need to develop to take them on, which is why I'm totally yes, do these things because I know what we need to do the thing. I am always concerned about the how. I do not want us as a body to be set up for failure and then it be I told you so, this didn't work. And that worries me a lot. So I think this is something that could be done. And I don't think yet I know how to say all the how in a way that is I recommend this. I recommend the first 6 things, which is why for me and I think I speak for Dr. Patterson too, as 2 of the committee members who voted on this, we were this is a valid, important idea, and there should be more exploration around this to get it right. Because it needed to be elevated. It needed to be reflected. We did hear it, but I cannot confidently say I know what that looks like. I just want to give a voiceover of that.
Thank you, Vice President Thompson. Further discussion. I know I saw, did you want to go, Representative Wattenberg, and then I'll come down to you, Representative Chang.
Thank you for the discussion. Thank you very much, Representative O'Leary, for introducing this. I think it's a great fix to this, a great amendment. We heard this idea, I think, more than any from the panels today about the importance of separating, making the state superintendent independent from the mayor. I think it's so important for all the reasons that were raised here. We've also heard it, I know as an individual myself, I think many others as individuals in many other settings. And it's, as Scott Goldstein said, is one of the issues that has come up in the council a lot. There is a lot of interest and support in this. So I really don't want to put it in a lower priority section of the resolution. And let me just say, I agree we don't have the I's dotted here, but none of these have the I's dotted. We're very clear here that we're trying to put forward a set of ideas that we want to work with the council on to create some dots and some crosses on the T's. That's the next step here. None of these are completely fleshed out. This one is not fleshed out. So it's like the others. There's a lot of interest in it. One way or another, it needs to happen. And so I thank you very much for raising this, and I will definitely be supporting it.
Representative Chang.
My question is to the chair of the committee, and I think that's VP Thompson, yeah? So I'm curious if you could elaborate a bit more on why the committee decided to categorize recommendations in the way that it did.
So I want to be very clear. The 2 buckets are not about importance. That was not a factor in writing this resolution. The 2 buckets were the first bucket were things we heard during the focus groups, the surveys, the engagement, all the things, and all 3 of the committee members present voted and said yes, that this should be, we 100% are behind this, okay? We voted on each thing in front of us. The second set of things were things that came up. We were like, hey, we think these things are important. They also came to us through feedback. We made sure every recommendation we made was tied to takeaways. But as all three of us present, we did not have consensus around how to recommend them. And so that's the bucketing. It's not an importance. If we would have voted on this first one, and it was like, you have to take a vote, you have to wholeheartedly recommend this, there would not have been a majority vote for it because the confidence was not there. But we did not want the idea to die, and we wanted the idea to be reflected to the larger public. So it's not, I just want to be very clear. I don't want to diminish the importance of anything in this document. I think the importance is consistent, but it was a matter of what we had, what we felt the most confident around, and what we felt we had the most information around, or had developed the most information around.
May I follow up with a question, President Sutter? So, and this is in part what I was trying to get at with Mr. Mullins earlier this evening. In terms of next steps for this resolution and the distinction that it'll actually make in practice between where it sits. I know you can't predict the future, right? But are we planning to do anything differently to follow up on the things that are in one category or another?
I'm so glad you asked about next steps. So next steps, we will develop a report that puts all in one place, the resolution, the takeaways, documents the work that's been done, and provide the rationales for each point. Literally, the difference is all of it will be delivered, which is why it was important to have it in the resolution. And we would say, for these things, here are the places we still have questions. So like, what is the capacity? For example, I'm making this part up because we didn't get to have this conversation. What is the capacity that would be needed for this? Please explore the reporting around, not just the appointment of, like those types. So there would be probably a longer list of questions for how you do the things in the second bucket that we want the council to take action on. Because I also want to be very clear, any change to governance is needed. Council action is needed. So everything on this list is a recommendation, period, because we don't have the power to do any of it. But we will develop a report. It will be delivered to council, and all the information will be there around our best thinking for how we got here and where we believe they still have some engagement to happen. And we will encourage them to do robust public comment and engagement around it moving forward.
So my way of summarizing what I heard, VP Thompson, is analogous to how I think about the literacy work, which was make sure that the stakeholders see eye to eye on what that recommendation is and put that recommendation forward together before putting the recommendation forward. As in, what I heard you say is, don't propose something that's not fully baked. Take some time to bake it with the right stakeholders before making a more detailed recommendation.
I would say that this bucket are the things that are, not that everything is fully baked, let's be clear, because this is not a legislative document that they could pick up and write a law, right? But these things, this 1, 2, and 3 in the second list, it was an acknowledgement that there's more work to be done and it's less baked, but they are very valid ideas. And so we wanted to differentiate and say, hey, there's more work to be done on these in a way that's not as true for these first 6 things, because we've done the work on those.
I'm going to throw out a point of discussion here as well, just to share my thoughts on the amendment. So I'm not on the committee. And one thing I love about committee structures for governing bodies is that the work is done in committee, presented to the full body, and the full body has to have a degree of trust that the committee has done the work to bring an idea to the board that is their best thinking on the topic. This is the document that I was provided as a member of the full body, but not a member of the committee. And so I trust that the document I received, that I reviewed in preparation for the meeting, was the best thinking on the topic. I also trust that that was the document presented to the SAC that they wrote their statement on behalf of, in support of the document that was shared with them that's in Assembly and in our binders. So I came in tonight excited to vote in favor of our governance resolution based on the best thinking of the committee that I was provided. Second thing is, I think some valid questions have been raised tonight in that there is a lot of varied thinking even among the public who came to speak to us tonight. There are some folks who think the state board should have more authority over DCPS. There are some folks who think that the superintendent should be appointed by us. Some think they should also report to us. There are others who weren't sure on that. So I think there's a lot of space to explore it. And for me, it cements where the committee put it, which is as number one under the further exploration. And then the second is, it affects for me my comfort in the full resolution, because there's one of the 6 items that I already have nervousness about, and that's the authorize the state board to approve the opening, closing, and citing of schools. One of my concerns is it affects governance for other entities in the city that are not named in the document, and I have some legit concerns about it. But 1 of 6 felt like not a good reason to vote against the whole resolution. Whereas 2 of 7 feels a little bit more concerning to me to vote against the resolution, that might lead me to vote against the resolution, because we're directing the council, we're recommending that the council act legislatively to ensure, as opposed to we should recommend that the DC Council explore and expand options and conduct further research. Like, I feel great about 1 being in that bucket. I don't feel great about it being in the top bucket. So those are my thoughts on the matter. Is there further discussion? Dr. Gasoy.
I guess I was looking at that same point, President Sutter, about the authority to open and close schools, because I feel like that is another one that we have not really, I don't know what that would look like. I think you've also pointed out that this section, this first section, is stronger. That's how I read it, and I agree with you that it is. I would feel more comfortable if we were going to swap something out. I would swap out that one and put it in the exploratory side, because I agree with you, I'm not as comfortable with that one. I didn't hear that much about it. I would also make the point that I haven't heard, I'm not saying that we haven't gotten feedback. I think the public has commented on that, but certainly the superintendent piece we've heard a lot more about, right? And then finally, I would just echo Representative Wattenberg's point about all of these things are partially baked, right? I mean, we are giving this to the council to work with. I think we are, these are 2 different buckets with different values, whether we intend it or not, when you're asking for legislative action versus exploration. So.
Can I make a point? I just have a point of order whenever it's appropriate.
Representative Wattenberg.
Yeah, I don't want to make this a back and forth about process. People will have their views about the priorities and where things should go in the buckets. But I do want to just clarify that in the committee, there appears to have been a serious misunderstanding among the people in the committee, because it was definitely my understanding that this was in the first bucket, and I reviewed the video, and that still is what it looks like to me. But other people don't see it that way. That's fine. I just want to be clear that coming out of it, people saw different things, and c'est la vie.
Vice President Thompson.
I guess this takes, and maybe this takes us back to discussion over the larger amendment, or maybe not. Maybe I need to say this now, since it's about the amendment. I think it is really important to have a unanimous vote on this resolution, because A, clearly it's a very important resolution. B, this is pushing a rock all the way up, not a hill, but a mountain. And if switching around stuff means we don't get a unanimous vote on this resolution, as somebody who is really about to go to bat to make some of this stuff happen, I don't want anybody saying the whole board didn't agree. I think that's really important. So I'm going to leave it at that. I'm clear that that means that might affect some people's votes on the fuller resolution, because I think it's important that all ideas are represented. Even as the committee chair, not everything I want is how I want it, in the place I want it, in the language I want it, and I'm always willing to make those trade-offs to put forth the strongest product possible. But I'm just going to put out that I think it is very important strategically to have a unanimous vote on this resolution so we can actually see some change. I don't want an ideological vote. I don't want an in principle vote. I want to make some things happen in practice vote. So I'm going to leave it at that.
Dr. Leary, I'm going to give you the final word, and then we're going to call for a vote on the amendment.
Ooh, the final word.
First word, so I'm giving you the last word.
We are the State Board of Education. And this has been a fabulous conversation, all right, that we probably should have had before tonight. And some of us didn't respond the way we were supposed to the resolution itself. I'm withdrawing my amendment, and I'm voting for the resolution. Can I do that?
Actually, we must vote on the amendment since it was motion and seconded.
We have to
So-
vote for the resolution with the amendment?
No, we have to vote for the amendment.
We have to vote
for
for the
amendment.
So you can choose to vote against your own amendment.
But we have to vote on the amendment because it was.
Okay.
Properly moved and seconded.
All right.
All right. So we are going to call for a vote on the, so no additional discussion. I'll call the question. The motion is on approval of Dr. O'Leary's amendment on State Board Resolution 22-17. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed, say nay. Nay.
Nay.
The amendment is not adopted. As I counted it,
I call for a vote.
okay, we're calling for a roll call vote. Ms. Butler, please call the roll.
Representative Bernstadt?
Aye.
Representative Kasoy?
Aye.
Representative Chang?
Nay.
Representative Wattenberg?
Aye.
Representative O'Leary?
Nay.
Representative Parker?
Aye.
Representative Patterson?
Nay.
Vice President Thompson?
Nay.
President Sutter?
Nay.
Nays have it 5-4.
Thank you, Ms. Butler. So we're back to the resolution as written. Is there discussion? Representative Wattenberg.
Yeah, I'd like to move lines 93 and 94 to under number 6. This is the issue of having an independent structure.
Pause you for a second.
Okay.
So you're calling for a different amendment
Yep.
on the resolution?
Yeah.
Okay. So do you have the amendment written and ready to be presented to Ms. Butler to be read into the record? Okay. So Representative Wattenberg is calling for an amendment. Representative Wattenberg, tell us what your amendment is.
So I'd like to move lines 93 and 94, which to what is now, okay, to line 87. That proposal calls for creating a structure independent of DCPS that would hear termination appeals from teachers and principals who believe they were terminated because of their views on school and system practices. I think this is so important. We heard a little bit of it tonight during the high school graduation, what turned into the high school graduation scandal, is that many, many people were aware of the kinds of pressures that were being put on principals, and in turn principals were putting on teachers to pass students. We heard the same thing around suspensions and some other issues. And so I think it's really important that we provide so the ability of people, of principals, teachers, staff, who feel that they're being terminated for raising issues and being candid, to have an independent place to appeal that. That is something that exists, I believe, in most states. I talked today to
Representative Wattenberg, can I, I know that you've made the amendment, but I want to see, can we make a second, and then we can move to discussion
Oh,
of
I'm
the
so-
amendment?
I'm so sorry. Okay.
So is there a second? Dr. Gasoy has seconded. Can you please provide the amendment to Ms. Butler so that she can read it into the record, and then we'll move to discussion. I'll come to you first, Representative Wattenberg.
Amendment number 2 on resolution SR 2217. Excuse me. Amendment number 2 to SR Resolution 2217 is to move lines 93 and 94 to after number 6 in the first
I think it's
resolved.
To move it to line 87.
In other words, to put it in the first
No,
bucket.
she says line number 6.
You said to, yeah, you say after number 6. Are you meaning line number 6?
No, after number 6. line
Correct, so that would be
87.
line 87 in the resolution. Okay. The resolution amendment has been properly moved and seconded. It's now been read into the record. I'm going to call for discussion. I'm going to put folks on 2-minute timers this time so we can move through the rest of our agenda here. Representative Wattenberg, I'm coming back to you.
I've made my point. I'm not going to redo it, but I just think it's very important to raise it, and it may be that people feel similarly that they don't want to move it into that bucket. Again, I'll just say each of these is comparable in terms of it being an important idea. And anyway, that's all I have to say.
Further discussion on the amendment.
I have a question.
Dr. O'Leary?
When Ms. Stamper was talking tonight, since she's in a charter school, I know that this is like late on Christmas Eve kind of stuff, but shouldn't we have both DCPS and the charters involved?
I'll accept that as a friendly amendment.
I'll put forth a point of information. Each individual charter is a nonprofit that has at-will employees who are not subject to the same collective bargaining agreements as DCPS, and they don't have the same expectation of appeal of termination. They would have to appeal to their own boards.
Okay, thank you.
Further discussion? Vice President Thompson.
Okay. So this is another one of those. This is in this bucket for a reason, because we did not know where to put it. We floated around a couple of ideas, like it could be the OAG's office, it could be different things. We thought the idea was important, and we did our best. Like it is, yeah. I would also offer that, well, I would say my concern is I don't think there should be a public venue for that for a whole bunch of reasons. Should there be a structure to fairly hear employee appeals? Absolutely. I know I can think of, and I say that as someone who, not personally, but have family members who were part of the whole first push out with teachers and all the things. I totally identify with why this is an important thing. And the reason it's here is because somebody needs to look at where to put it and how to do it right. Not because it's not important. It is very important. But if we can't say where it's going to go, that by nature is saying we should explore it.
Dr. Patterson.
Again, to be in sync with our chair of the governance. It was put here for a reason. This is very personal to me because I have a daughter who is a teacher. She actually teaches at a charter. I want her to be able to have those type of, go to someone if she gets fired and feels it's unfair to appeal that's outside of her body, but I want to know what that looks like across both sectors. I know that most charters are not unionized, but I do feel like there should be some equity in how we redress treatment of all teachers. So this was something that we placed here because we, again, had not found out how we're going to do this to make this equitable and fair to all teachers. We just heard very succinctly how Ms. Stamper feels and is treated. I don't want to be able to just address one side's issues. I want to be able to address her issues. I'm at large, so I serve as her representative as well as along with Ms. Thompson. So I want to be able to address all of them. I believe in the merit of the proposal, but I think it needs to be vetted out some more. So that's why it's here in this particular area.
I'll add my voice again in reference to committee structures. Again, I made my decisions tonight based on the document in front of me that I understood to be the best thinking of the committee. I still trust that this was the best thinking of the committee as a body at the time. And for me, my decision is on this was the best thinking of the committee at the time. And so I'm going to vote no against this amendment because it was not in the way the committee presented the resolution to the full body. Seeing no further discussion.
A question of order.
Yes.
So if I want to withdraw this, my understanding from before is I couldn't withdraw, but can I move to have a vote to withdraw it? I've never heard of this idea that you can't withdraw it, so I'm trying to get it off. I want to now take it off the floor if that's possible.
I think the proper format, my best understanding of the options before us now are to vote on the amendment. And if the vote is the nays have it, it would come off.
Right, but I prefer not to have a vote on it.
So with that,
It does seem like that is typically allowed somehow. I don't know what the right rule is, but
If I may, I believe there's a difference between an amendment and a friendly amendment, and I think you can withdraw, like, if someone says, I have a friendly amendment, you can withdraw a friendly amendment without a vote, but once it's made an amendment and is
Okay.
voted on and is seconded, there is a difference in those two, how they're done parliamentary.
Well,
So
what if
now
the-
that
what
this
if the
amendment,
seconder-
this is an amendment at this point, so it must be voted on.
So here's what I see. I see a section in our Roberts Rules on withdrawal, which says you may withdraw a motion only with consent of the body. The request can interrupt a speaker and does not require a second if it is made by the original maker of the motion.
so
It says the president will ask for objections to withdrawal. If there are no objections, the withdrawal is withdrawn. The motion is withdrawn with unanimous consent.
I move to withdraw with unanimous consent.
Are there objections to the withdrawal? Seeing no objections, the motion is withdrawn. Okay, I've learned a lot tonight.
Yeah.
We are now back to the resolution. Is there discussion on Resolution SR 22-17? Mr. Parker.
Several things. I recall it was the fall of 2020, if I'm not mistaken, and there was a marathon state board meeting where we were here until well beyond midnight. And there were lines and lines of public testimony. I think it was shortly after DCPS had made a decision without the consent of teachers to reopen schools. And it was clear that the public was crying out for a rethinking of our governance systems. When I became president of the state board, I commissioned this committee, and it was in direct response to that marathon meeting and what we were hearing from residents. This committee was charged with exploring options and making recommendations, which we have before us. And I just want to give credit to the committee members, and I am one of the committee members, for the work that has gone into just exploring the various options that are before us. We have had public forums, we've received testimony, we had a public panel, and I actually really appreciated some of the sentiments of the public panel. For parts of discussion tonight, I recall my predecessor, Mark Jones, called for a rethinking of appointing the superintendent, as well as one of the professors that joined us. And so I do think there is precedence there for that recommendation. That's one. Two, and I'm gonna, 30 more, can I request one more minute? Two, I also know that this is a highly controversial topic, and so the board is undertaking this at a time where we are elected officials and there's a lot at stake. All that to say, I think the recommendations that are under the therefore section of this resolution are worthy and I believe will benefit the state board. I am wrestling with the recommendations, or I don't even know if we should call them that, but the things that are still listed under things that the city or the council or others should explore more. Because I think it's fair to say there's room for us to debate, wrestle with all of these quote-unquote recommendations. And so I'm left with a lot of great work, a lot of thoughtfulness that has gone into this process, and a resolution that if I had to go to bat for it, I don't know if I would fully, wholeheartedly, full-throated support. In part because I think, for instance, the superintendent recommendation that we heard from Mark Jones and the professor is not one of the things that we are supporting. And so all that to say, I want to just give credit to the members up here, especially Vice President Thompson for chairing the committee, the members of the committee, and all the hours that have gone into this. And I look forward to the board, the city, the council, and others doing more thoughtful research and investigation on this. And I will be voting present on this because at this time, I don't think I can get behind the resolution as presented. And I hope that that is seen as an opportunity for the council to work hand in hand with the state board in exploring these options more. So, thank you.
Further discussion on the resolution. Dr. Patterson.
Representative Parker, I truly appreciate everything that you just said. It speaks to a lot of thoughts that I'm having myself, so I won't rehash them. Okay, so thank you for those comments. The other part two, is that Representative Gasoy, the issue that you brought up, line 80, which the authorization of the state board to approve the opening, closings, and citing of schools. I have a problem with that, whereas I didn't think about it as much in committee, for the simple fact of, do we have that authority to recommend that, because we do have two sectors, and there is going to be an effect, and I don't think we have that authority. It's from the way I understand it at the current time to say that, and for them to push forward on the PCSB. So I would be telling, soon-to-be council member Parker that this is what he should do, is infringe on something or act on something he does not have the authority to do. So I have a problem with that particular one, and I'm going to do, because I do have a problem with that, I appreciate Representative O'Leary pulling back his part, because that was one of my first issues. But at this point, I cannot vote for this because of that particular one at this time. And my understanding of what we have authority and what we can recommend, it is under recommend, and so I will not be voting in favor of this resolution.
Further discussion. Vice President Thompson.
All right. One of the things that I heard when I was running for the state board from an opponent of mine consistently was I did not have children, so therefore I couldn't speak for children. Now, I want to be very clear. My goal was never to speak for other people's children or their parents, but instead to speak with them and elevate their voices. I sit on the SBOE now and remain committed to not only the listening, but the elevating and representing the community I serve. I also listen to another voice, and that voice is quite frankly the voice of a little black girl who grew up in Ward 7 and went to schools in Ward 7, and her grandparents made decisions for her education in hopes that she would have all the opportunities she deserved. Many of you know my mom, but some of y'all don't know my grandparents. I was reminded today because I ran into a neighbor that many old school Ward 7 people do know them. And the system we currently have is not one they would have been able to navigate successfully to get this little black girl to this seat now. And so while I both recognize that not everything is perfect, I will never let the perfect be the enemy of the good. I will always be courageous for this little black girl and little black girls who look like me. And one thing about this little black girl is she does her homework. I know for a fact, for certain, because I asked lawyers before I brought it to the committee, that the only other body who can authorize, or one of the other bodies who can authorize, because we had charters before we had a PCSB, is the state board. That's doable. I know what perfect looks like. I know what good looks like. I know we all have compromised to get to this point, and we can choose to compromise and be courageous and do something good, or we can choose to not be on the record after all the work that's done and duck and dodge. So those are choices we can all make today.
Further discussion? Okay, the motion is on approval of SR 22-17. Oh.
May I think I just want to name VP Thompson that I see and observe the effort to find and build compromise and deeply appreciate that. And so also do not see this as the resolution necessarily that I would want to see personally with all of the elements in it, and want to recognize the hard work that the committee has put in the last year to try to find language that can bring all of us together.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further discussion, the motion is on approval of SR 22-17. Ms. Butler, will you please call the roll?
Representative Bernstadt?
Aye.
Representative Kasoy?
Aye.
Representative Chang?
Aye.
Representative Wattenberg?
Aye.
Representative O'Leary?
Aye.
Representative Parker?
No.
I'm sorry.
No, going on the record.
Thank you. Representative Patterson?
No.
Representative Vice President Thompson?
Aye.
President Sutter?
Aye.
The ayes have it.
Thank you all for robust discussion on that resolution. We have one more resolution before us. Our final state resolution is SR 22-18, Work Plan for NASB Healthy School Facilities Network Team. Vice President Thompson, would you like to make the motion?
So moved.
A motion has been made by Vice President Thompson. I will second the motion.
Second.
Dr. O'Leary is joining me in the second. The motion being properly moved and seconded, Ms. Butler will read the resolution into the record.
State Board of Education State Resolution to approve the National Association of State Boards of Education Healthy Schools Facility Network Team Work Plan, SR 2218. Whereas research and experience show that public school facilities, location design, and condition have significant impact on the physical and mental health of occupants, education quality and equity, environmental sustainability, and community vitality. Whereas the Deputy Mayor of Education will be preparing a facility studies, an educational facilities master plan and revising DCPS attendance boundaries, feeder patterns, and student assignment. I'm sorry, the words are, it's getting late.
It's a long night.
Let's start that statement again. Whereas the Deputy Mayor of Education will be preparing an educational facilities master plan and revising DC public school attendance boundaries, feeder patterns, and student assignment policies with generational impacts that must be completed by December 2023, and is required to address all DC local education agencies. Whereas there is no location, condition, design, or utilization standards for public education buildings and grounds that apply to all of the District of Columbia's nearly 250 publicly funded schools and 69 LEAs serving pre-K 3 through adult education. Whereas in October 2022, the State Board of Education was awarded a $10,000 grant from the National Association of State Boards of Education to help the State Board form a collaborative team of experts to analyze state-level data and programming, convene stakeholders, and take targeted concrete actions toward creating healthy schools facilities free from environmental harms. And whereas the State Board established a DC-based team of the following board members, community partners, and district education agency partners to help lead, organize, and execute this work, which include Ebony Rose Thompson, Vice President and Ward 7 Representative, Dr. Emily Gasoy, Ward 1 Representative, through the end of her term on January 2nd, 2023, Dr. Fraser O'Leary, Ward 4 Representative, Dr. William Dietz, Chair of the Sumner M. Redstone Global Center for Prevention and Wellness at Milken Institute of Public Health at George Washington University. Mary Floredo, Executive Director of 21st Century School Fund. Louisa Millen, Community Schools Coordinator, Mary Center. Jennifer Comey, Director of Planning, Data and Analysis, Office of the Deputy Mayor for Education. And Dr. Amy Maestra, Deputy Chancellor for DC Public Schools. Now therefore be it resolved that the DC State Board's Healthy School Facility Network team will explore state-level public facility standards for school location, design, condition, and utilization and options for appropriate roles and responsibilities for the State Board with education facilities. Be it further resolved that the DC State Board of Education's Healthy Schools Facilities Network team will prepare a policy paper on its findings and recommendations by June 2023. Be it finally resolved that this paper will include examples of standards for buildings and grounds, location, design, condition, and utilization from other jurisdictions, a rubric for pre-K 12 educational facility standards, scenarios for State Board roles and responsibilities related to educational facilities and standards, and considerations for OSCE roles, responsibilities related to educational facilities and standards.
Thank you, Ms. Butler. Is there discussion? Vice President Thompson.
I just want to say I'm really excited about this work for a whole bunch of reasons. But for the first reason is to expand the tools we have in our toolkit for how we can be responsive to the concerns we've heard, partner with other agencies, and hopefully affect some very real processes and decisions that are happening for families in schools in this moment. So thank you all for creating this opportunity for the board. I look forward to continuing to engage in it, and I'm so excited about it.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is on approval of SR 22-18. Ms. Butler will call the roll.
Representative Bernstadt?
Aye.
Representative Gasoy?
Aye.
Representative Chang?
Aye.
Representative Wattenberg?
Aye.
Representative O'Leary?
Aye.
Representative Parker?
Aye.
Representative Patterson?
Aye.
Vice President Thompson?
Aye.
President Sutter?
Aye.
Motion has passed.
Thank you. Members, our work is almost done. We are moving to votes on 4 ceremonial resolutions honoring board members whose terms are coming to an end. I'm going to ad-lib for a second here. I want all of the exiting board members to get their flowers, and I want them to have a chance to say their own comments, but I also want to be mindful of our time. So I'm going to put us all on clocks, but I'm going to put us all on clocks so that we can keep ourselves honest, give people their love, and get us all to celebration. Our first ceremonial resolution is CR 22-34 to honor State Board Education member Emily Gasoy. Is there a motion? Thank you, Dr. Patterson. A motion has been made by Dr. Patterson. Is there a second?
Second.
A second by Mr. Parker, a third by Dr. O'Leary. The resolution being properly moved, seconded, and thirded. Ms. Butler will read the resolution into the record.
State Board of Education ceremonial resolution to honor State Board of Education member Emily Gasoy, CR 22-34. Whereas the District of Columbia State Board of Education recognizes Dr. Emily Gasoy and her dedicated service on behalf of the residents of Ward 1 in improving educational outcomes for students since joining the State Board in January of 2019. Whereas Dr. Gasoy's extensive contributions to education include serving for nearly a decade as a classroom teacher for grades 2, 3, and 4 in both public and private school settings, and using her teaching experience to train and mentor new teachers at the Center for Inspired Teaching. Whereas Dr. Gasoy earned her doctorate in educational leadership from the University of Pennsylvania and was awarded the dissertation with distinction for her research identifying conditions and practices within schools that foster a strong culture of school-based accountability. Whereas Dr. Gasoy taught for over 6 years as a professor in Georgetown's program in education, inquiry, and justice at Georgetown University, whereas Dr. Gasoy's tenure and leadership on the State Board included advocating for better supports for educators in the district, elevating Latino community member voices, advocating for the Washington Metropolitan Opportunity Academy to remain open in 2020, co-hosting webinars and centering students' needs and family engagement during distance and hybrid learning, and leading the state's board advocacy for outdoor learning during the COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas Dr. Gasoy served as Vice President of the State Board in 2021 and co-chaired the Well-Rounded Education Committee in 2020 and the Accountability and Assessments Committee in 2022, and served as the State Board Representative on the Office of the State Superintendent Environmental Literacy Plan Committee in 2021. Now, therefore, be it resolved. Quite impressive. The District of Columbia Board of Education honors Ward 1 Representative Emily Gasoy on the 21st day of December in the year 2022 for her outstanding service and leadership.
Is there discussion on the resolution? Mr. Parker.
I will keep it brief, but Representative Gasoy, it has truly been an honor to work alongside you. I have learned a lot. And the one thing that I admire most about you is just how principled you are. And I've seen that both in you serving alongside you in leadership, how you put forward resolutions, and just go to bat for things you care about. And so I wish you all the best. I know this is not goodbye, but I just wanted to say on the record that I think you've been a tremendous asset to this board. If I think about how we now think about language access, you're pushing on the questions, the structure of the admin committee, the discussion around well-rounded education, and even having the wherewithal to say, hey, our kids should have access to the arts and band and science and social studies. I think your time here has been well served, and I can't wait to see what's next for you. So thank you for all you've done for the board.
Hear, hear. Representative Wattenberg.
Yeah, I will be very quick, but I also just want to say how much I have enjoyed working with you this whole time. I met you, I think, just weeks before you decided to run, if I'm remembering correctly, and I was very encouraging, and I'm delighted that you did. And it's been great working with you, and in this term, it's been great sitting next to you, and I'll just leave it at that.
Dr. Patterson.
I'll be brief as well. I will just say, I enjoy working with someone I don't have to agree with all the time, but I always learn from. Regardless of how we talk about issues, I've always learned so much from you. It is very evident your teaching as far as policy and your passion, it comes through. And even when I disagree with you, I couldn't help but say, I see where she's coming from. I understand why she's pushing so hard, and I had to respect it. And that's what advocacy work is about. That's what working for our families is about, is sticking close to your principles and just being passionate about it. So I appreciate that I had the opportunity to serve with you as a co-chair.
Representative Bernstad.
Yeah, I have to say something because, you know, Dr. Gasoy is my representative or whatever. Thank you so much, Dr. Gasoy. I don't have anything. I'm not very floral with my language. You're just really cool, and I look up to you a lot. And I just thank you for everything, and always, I know I ask a lot of questions to you, like all the time, but I really appreciate you always kind of giving me the respect of actually talking to me and answering my questions. Yeah, and thank you for representing Ward 1 so well.
the advocate for Cardozo and Bell and all the schools in Ward 1. I only have one thing to talk about, and that is at the council hearing 2 weeks ago, Representative Gasoy had, I don't know, 30 pages of things to talk about as far as things that were going on in the building. But this was right at the end of her 4 years as an advocate for Ward 1. And she never stopped at all. And it's been a privilege to be elected at the same time and working now for 4 years together.
Did you want to say anything? Oh, Vice President Thompson.
I like to say, and just put on the record, the work from the Outdoor Education Committee is not dead because it carries over into grounds and facilities in the Healthy Schools network. And so I think that is the mark of responsiveness. I think that is the mark of good work. And I think as people who serve the public, these issues start before us and they live beyond us. And so you always want to make sure the work is carried forward. And so thank you for that. Looking forward to continuing to work on that. And of course, all the best in Ward 1 and beyond.
All right. Well, thank you all for all of those words and the not just the words, the sentiments. I really, really do appreciate your words, and I appreciate all of you so much. I want you to know that when sometimes when we don't agree, and I do get passionate, it is because I really value our work here. And I take it really seriously. And I just really appreciate the opportunity. I feel like it has been such a privilege to be able to serve my constituents and to learn from them, to get to know them so deeply, so much more deeply than I could have imagined, thus the 30 pages of notes from the schools, and to earn their trust has been really just such an honor. There are too many people to thank, so I'm not going to do that for all of your sakes. But really, thank you so much. Thank you for all the grappling. And I'm looking forward to seeing this board move forward, ever forward. So thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is on adoption of the resolution. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The motion carries. Our next ceremonial resolution is CR 22-35 to honor State Board of Education member Ruth Wattenberg. Is there a motion? A motion has been made by Dr. Gasoy. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second by Representative Chang. The resolution being properly moved and seconded, Ms. Butler will read the resolution into the record.
State Board of Education ceremonial resolution to honor State Board member Ruth Wattenberg, CR 22-35. Whereas the District of Columbia State Board of Education recognizes Ruth Wattenberg for her dedicated service on behalf of the residents of Ward 3 in improving educational outcomes for students since her term began in January 2014. Whereas, as a D.C. resident for over 30 years, Ms. Wattenberg took on several leadership roles in her community, including chairing the Janey Elementary Spanish Committee and the Dill Middle School Local School Restructuring Team from 2009 to 2010. Whereas Ms. Wattenberg draws from a rich background of education advocacy and leadership roles, previously serving as the Director of Education Issues Department at the American Federation of Teachers and editor of the American Educator magazine, while currently serving as a member of the Board of Trustees for the Core Knowledge Foundation. Whereas Ms. Wattenberg's tenure and leadership on the state board included spearheading improvements to DC's Every Student Succeeds plan, ACT plan, advocating for equitable school funding, promoting rich curricula and rigorous standards, exploring alternative assessments to PARCC, and advocating for literacy and dyslexia policies and addressing overcrowding of schools in DC. Whereas Ms. Wattenberg served as president of the state board in 2019 and 2020. Am I reading? Oh, that's right. Appointing a new ombudsman for public education and a new chief student advocate to 5-year terms, as well as leading public meetings early in the COVID-19 pandemic that heard from hundreds of public witnesses and elevating their testimony to influence DC health and outdoor learning policies. Whereas Ms. Wattenberg co-chaired the Accountability and Assessments Committee in 2021 and contributed to numerous other committees and working groups. Now therefore it be it resolved that the District of Columbia State Board of Education honors Ward 3 Representative Ruth Wattenberg on the 21st day of December of the year 2022 for her outstanding service and leadership.
Thank you. Is there discussion on the resolution? Representative Parker.
Dear Ruth for Schools, it was appropriate for the superintendent to say Representative Wattenberg is a legend, because in many ways you are. When I was running for the state board, the first name that popped up when I was Googling and researching what does the board even do was Ruth Wattenberg. And I think at that time you had an op-ed and articles and these glossy photos with Representative or Mr. Batchelor. But Ruth, you have been consistent and dogged about things you care about. And I think single-handedly you have expanded the board's authority. You have single-handedly elevated the board's role in educational discourse in the city, and you have been a force. And with that comes darts as well as a lot of praise, and I think you've taken it all pretty gracefully, if I must say. I will say as incoming member, at a time when COVID was coming upon us, and we all at that time still thought COVID was going to be a 2-week thing, and you were the president of the board, just thank you for shepherding the board through some very difficult times that I think happened without the public really noticing that the board was in flux. So again, like I said about Representative Gasoy, this is not goodbye. We will certainly stay in touch, but I just appreciate all that you've done in advocating for Ward 3 schools and students. At the same time, never feeling as though it was at the expense of at least Ward 5 students, and so I appreciate that. And thank you for all you've done for the board.
Dr. O'Leary.
I don't know if anyone else on the board has ever received a phone call from Ruth. I have many times, and I had no idea what I was doing when I was running for the board, and Ruth was one of the first persons to endorse me and help me on to victory, and I learned a lot watching. She didn't know I was watching, but I learned a lot watching, and I think you've been a mentor to us all, and I really appreciate it. And that's coming from someone who, I don't know if you all know her or not, who's older than everybody.
Dr. Patterson.
Ruth. I'm not going to even go with Wattenberg. Ruth. I remember before I even announced that I was going to run, it was right before COVID, it was February. I had the honor of meeting with you. We met at Starbucks on K Street. And we talked about what we were passionate about, and that was ESSA and the report card. And we sat there for about an hour, hour and a half, talking about what we wanted to do and what we could do together. And because of what she said to me at that particular point, it inspired me to run even more so. Then we became co-chairs, and I'm happy to say that we got a lot of things done. The star is now gone, and we had agreed upon that day one. We said that star is going to go. We don't know exactly how we're going to replace it, but we know that it's going to go. And we were adamant about it, and we stayed on that North Star until we made our recommendations that were accepted. And as Dr. Grant spoke about this evening, that was one of the shining moments for us. I appreciate you for helping me through that process, understanding it, for the equity that you were fighting for consistently. When you get your teeth into something, you are adamant about it, and that's what I appreciate. So thank you for working so closely with me, for helping me and guiding me, and for us completing some great work as my co-chair with you. Thank you.
Representative Brinstad.
Hi, Representative Wattenberg. I just wanted to say basically what everyone else is saying. Thank you so much for everything. You're just amazing. You're also someone that I really look up to, as a fellow young lady. I love to see, I don't know, I just love to talk to you and ask you questions. And yeah, you've just been a tremendous help to everything. I don't know how to say thank you in other ways, but thank you very much.
Dr. Gasoy.
So as you mentioned, you were I think you were the first board member that I spoke with, and you were very convincing. So thank you for that. And since then, I also did my research and found out, as I've said in other discussions, one of the reasons I am here is because of the star rating, and because I was an advocate not to have stars, not to have a rating. And so when I found out that you were one of the minority that voted no, I was very excited to learn from you as well. And I have learned so much from you beyond that work. You're tough and pretty unflappable. And I admire that. I wish I could be more like that. So, but I think we play our roles, and I agree with, I think it was you, Representative Parker, who said, I think you have really helped to chart the course that we're on, which I think is a good one. I think we're really evolving as a board, as a body that's respected in this city. So thank you for all of your work and all of your pushing, even when it was hard.
Representative Chang.
To all this, I would like to add, Representative Wattenberg, a thank you for the work that you have done around literacy, both before my tenure and during, including the leadership that you executed with Decoding Dyslexia DC, and very grateful for our conversations and the advice that I've been able to get from you to make sure that the literacy work moves forward in a way that is supportive of families, educators, and the system.
I'll add my gratitude for your work on the social studies, Representative Wattenberg, your dogged focus on the importance of content knowledge for our youngest students, your continual focus on the need for democratic principles to be called out. You were calling for that before January 6th ever happened, and I think the rest of the world woke up to what you had been singing the song of for a long time for our standards. So I'm grateful for that work and for having served with you during that time. Vice President Thompson?
I think I'll end where Representative O'Leary began. I don't know if you've ever gotten a phone call from Representative Wattenberg. So I think the first phone call I got as a board member, because I did know you before I was on the board, was about the school report card. And I think you said to me, well, do you want a dashboard? And I was like, well, can we talk about what's on this dashboard? And I mean, I appreciate the doggedness because you got your dashboard, but I also appreciate hearing Representative Patterson say, we were in agreement that there was going to be no stars, because I was telling people, I was like, look, this ain't about the stars. The stars are gone. Everybody hates the stars. And that was not true, the first vote that was ever taken on the ESSA amendment. But it takes a long time to see public opinion change. And it takes a long time to be in service, and those days are long as hell, I'm sure. I know. But hopefully the time was short because you were having fun. But yes, that would be my, I'm going to pick up, I would say I will end where Representative O'Leary began with the phone call from Representative Wattenberg.
Representative Wattenberg, we turn to you.
Yes. So first of all, I had a whole bunch of notes, and my laptop literally went out as I came up. So, but I have something like it on my phone. Not quite as good. But listen, I want to say, first of all, that was so lovely from everybody, really. Everybody that I both agreed with, haven't agreed with sometimes. It was really, really nice. I want to say, going back to Representative Parker, starting and talk about how I single-handedly, well, actually, wait, I want to do something else. I want to say how much this board has changed. I'm the one person who's been here 8 years ago. Marcus has been here, was here 6 years ago, and I'm going to come back to Marcus. But I cannot tell you how much this board has changed. And one of the things that I remember is when I first got on, the witnesses could come, but we couldn't talk to the witnesses. We couldn't interact with the witnesses. We couldn't ask the witnesses questions. We couldn't have discussions. We couldn't learn from them. And I have so many thank yous to say. I've said thanks to you guys. I want to say thank you to really the people on the first board I was on, Marcus Batchelor, Joe Whedon, Mark Jones, and others for really beginning the work of really trying to change what we were. And I want to say I really appreciated Mr. Parker saying that I single-handedly changed it. He knows that really Marcus and I'm so glad Marcus is in the audience, because it really was a joint effort at that point to really try to transform what the board was and how it was seen and the way it heard people and interacted with the public. And I thank you. I thank everybody from that board, from this board, who has been part of doing that. I'm just going to, just a couple of quick things. Actually, what I'm going to not say all the other things. I want to say one thing about all of us during the pandemic, because I think it's something for all of you to take forward, which is during that pandemic, we really functioned in a way that we never have functioned, which is, I think about that outdoor education resolution, and we really began as a board that did not agree on that. People were all over the place. It was a very odd situation, including many people I was always allied with, thought it was nuts. But what we were able to do was what real school boards do, is we heard from people, we talked to each other over and over and over again, and over time, we put together a policy resolution around the outdoor ed, but also around some other things that really amounted to us really talking to each other and channeling our constituents and trying to find things that would work. And I think partly we did it because the city really didn't have anything, didn't have a plan, and there really was a sense we could move into that vacuum. I think sometimes all of us get a little overdone in everything because it's like a faculty meeting. There's so much to talk about, all these resolutions, and the truth is, at the end of the day, a lot of what we can do isn't that much, and so it's like the jokes they make about faculty meetings. And I think that if we had more authority, and many, many thanks to Representative Thompson for shepherding this resolution through till tonight, because I think that would allow us to do the kind of work that we did during the pandemic on a lot of these issues. And with that, I know I went over. Thank you, President Sutter. That's 8 years. I get an extra minute, right?
That was my thinking.
Yeah, anyway, thank you so much to everyone, to my constituents, all the people that read my newsletter and wrote back, et cetera, et cetera. And I can't wait to be at that table talking to y'all next year.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is on adoption of the resolution. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed, say no. The ayes have it. On to the next ceremonial resolution, which is...
I'm sorry, can I say one other thing? thing? I'm so sorry. I just want to say I had it in my notes that I said at the very beginning that I want to talk about the reciprocal nature, and Scott Goldstein is there. And I want to say Scott brought so much energy to this by bringing all these people, and it really, you need both. So thank you. Thank you. I'm done.
The next resolution is CR 22-36 to honor State Board of Education member Zachary Parker. I'll make the motion. Is there a second? Thank you, Dr. Patterson. The motion being properly moved and seconded, Ms. Butler will read the resolution into the record.
State Board of Education ceremonial resolution to honor State Board of Education member Zachary Parker, CR 22-36. Whereas the District of Columbia State Board of Education recognizes Zachary Parker and his dedicated service on behalf of the residents of Ward 5 in improving educational outcomes for students since joining the State Board in January 2019. Whereas Mr. Parker is a former Teach for America educator and award-winning 7th grade math teacher, having previously taught in New Orleans, and is committed to improving outcomes for Ward 5 students through sound policy. Whereas, among Mr. Parker's notable leadership roles on the State Board included his authoring of the State Board's Equity Statement and Framework, which centers equity across all of the State Board's work. Whereas Mr. Parker's stewardship and leadership played a vital role in ensuring equitable access to education during the COVID-19 pandemic, by partnering with Ward 5 Education Equity Committee to raise over $12,000 to provide over 300 students with supplies and critical virtual learning materials. Whereas Mr. Parker served as president of the State Board in 2021, co-chaired the Well-Rounded Education Committee in 2020 and the COVID-19 Task Force in 2021, and contributed to numerous other committees and work groups. And whereas under his leadership, the State Board expanded its support for students with disabilities and those experiencing homelessness, and ensured full funding for the Birth to 3 for All DC Act of 2018. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the District of Columbia State Board of Education honors Ward 5 Representative Zachary Parker on the 21st day in the year of 2022 for his outstanding service and leadership.
Thank you, Ms. Butler. Is there discussion on the resolution? Dr. Gasoy and then Dr. Patterson.
Thank you. I have to go back to when we first met. And we, it was before we were on the board, actually. But I would say from that point until, I don't know how far into our term it was, but I just wasn't sure where you stood, you know, and I wasn't sure, yeah, and that, you know what? That's right. You're saying that's good. And that's something I came to understand. I think for maybe a full year, I wasn't sure, you know, how to communicate with you. And we had some moments. And then somehow we ended up being co-chairs. I think that might have been my crazy idea. And it was like magic. The other thing I really want to say that made me understand something about you, Zachary, is you asked, I think it was, okay, I'm sorry, I'm being a little stuttery here, but I was really mad at you about something, and we went and talked about it, and you just listened, and you were like, oh, okay. And there was like not an ounce of defensiveness. And I just want to say that's an amazing quality. And it's going to serve you so well. And it also is just, it speaks to your character. I think you put the work first. You put your principles first, to use your term. And I'm so glad that you are going to be on council. And I have so enjoyed serving with you in leadership. It was one of my favorite years on the board. So thank you so much.
Dr. Patterson?
So I'm going to start with something that I think Representative Parker, soon to be Councilmember Parker, can relate to. First of all, servants of all, we shall transcend all. Mr. Parker, you understand where that comes from because we are Alpha brothers, first and foremost. Most people don't know that, but we are both members of the illustrious Alpha Phi Alpha fraternity. And meeting you, Representative Parker, it's very appropriate that Marcus is here because all I saw was your sign. I would take my son to Taekwondo on 12th and Monroe, and your signs were everywhere in Ward 5 at that particular time. I didn't know who you were, and all of a sudden, Marcus, who is one of my favorites, you know, has been to my house, and you know, I watched him grow up. He's like, Jock, you gotta meet him. You gotta support him. I was like, well, I don't know him, you know. And there was other politicals that was saying like, no, we're going with your opponent. I won't go into your opponents, but everybody was like, Jock, you gotta support his opponent. But Marcus was like, you gotta meet him. You gotta come and talk to him. So I came with Marcus. I remember Ruth was there as well. We was at Brookland. We sat down, we talked. You talked about your vision and what you wanted to do. You talked about your history. And then we connected on being Alpha brothers and stuff like that. And I knew at that moment that regardless of what would happen if we disagreed on something, I knew where his values were. I knew where he would be. So it has been an honor to serve with you. It was an honor to vote for you when you ran for president. And I'm very happy that you have elevated that voice for your constituents to the council. So with only 19 seconds being left, congratulations. It has been an honor.
Representative Bernstad and then Dr. O'Leary.
Thank you. I have many nice things to say about Representative Parker, but I'm going to be a copycat and steal from Dr. O'Leary. I don't know if y'all have ever gotten a phone call from him, but getting a phone call from Council Member Parker, I guess is what it is now, is just really like uplifting. Like if you're stuck on something, he knows how to help and he knows what to do most of the time. Very like strategic, and he does something that I think a lot of people don't do when you give questions or need help. He gives rationale for things, which I think is just so important. He doesn't just give the, here's this, it's here's this because we do this for, and anyone who talks to him just feels like you've been listened to. So that's my nice thing for you, Representative Parker. I promised I would say something nice.
Dr. O'Leary.
We used to talk all the time. Now he's famous. I don't even have to say anything about Zach because Zach knows everything I'm going to say. I'm so proud of you.
Thank
you. And it's been great. And I better get my ticket.
I'll add my voice to those before. Mr. Parker, congratulations on your next steps. I will wish you luck with the chairman's timing on questions because we're a little looser here at the board than I've seen the council be. And you are, one of my favorite attributes of your time on the state board is your ability to ask a 17-part question. And all of those parts are thoughtful, but there's 17 parts to it. I also hope that we as residents of the district get to enjoy your voice as one for education in a council that does have, as someone, I think it was Mr. Mulling said tonight, has many, many issues before it. Mr. Batchelor said it as well, that there's many, many issues before council, and they will all vie for your attention. But I hope that you don't forget the education issues that you've spent the last 4 years deeply focused on. Best of luck. Vice President Thompson.
Unlike Leave, I did not promise to say something nice, but I still will. I will echo what President Sutter said about looking forward to you being a voice for education. I will also say that I have enjoyed getting to work and getting to know, and I don't think of it as a goodbye because I spend a lot of time at the council, so I'll see you. You know, just in a different capacity. So best of luck. And I guess see you in January.
Representative Wattenberg.
Well, anyway, congratulations, Representative Parker, on your new job. I'm very, very excited to see that, as are we all. And I saw today, thanks to, I think, Martin Austermuhl, what committees you'll be on, including, I believe, facilities. So I know you'll have a lot of connection to all of us and plenty of work to do. What you know, when I think of Zach. I mean, one of the things that's so interesting about a board like this is you are just thrown together with this group of people, and it's just unimaginable how different people are. I mean, we talk about cultures like big cultures, but we come from different office places. We come from different kinds of manners. I mean, it's just amazing how different everybody is, and it takes a while to sort of figure people out and sort out how you can deal with them. And one of the things that I've always thought about, Zach, is compared to almost anybody, you are so hard to convince of so many things, but eventually you are convinced, not necessarily always in my direction, but once you are convinced in my direction, and I guess probably not in my direction, you are so stalwart. And I just think both parts of that are so important, and they'll serve you. They've served you well here, they've served our kids well, and they'll serve you well on the council to try to really understand things. Like I say, listen to me more, you probably end up in a slightly better place. But that said, no, it's been great to work for you, and I've learned so much from you too. So I just want to be very clear on that as well. Oh, I have 20 seconds. Wait a minute. No, it's really been great. I mean, Zach was part of the team that was there when Marcus and I first became the officers, and along with Fraser, with Emily, I think that's all that was there then. I mean, we were just able to do so much, and I just really appreciate the teamwork, and like I say, they're really pushing people. Thank you.
Mr. Parker, would you have remarks?
I will keep it brief without the 17-part response, but I do want to thank you all, my colleagues, for a tremendous time on the board, as well as those that have come and gone since. It has truly been an honor serving on the State Board of Education. I love this board. I am protective of this board. I cringe every time somebody suggests that we don't have authority or we're not important. And so know that you will have an ally on the council as it relates to seeing this board as important, needed, necessary. And I do think it's a good thing that you can't always figure me out. And if you haven't figured out by now, it just has to make sense to me. And I think one of the things that is best described is I'm not ideological, at least I don't think I am. And I know we exist in a political world where people are constantly trying to put you in a camp. Are you in this camp or are you in this camp? And it's usually binary because people can't think beyond that. And I've resisted that in more ways than one in my life, but especially on this board. And I think that is what I'm proudest of. As I reflect on the board's work, I'm really proud of the state plan that the board approved. I'm really proud that we've gotten the social studies standards across the finish line as a committee member. I'm really proud of the equity work and the ways in which we've expanded, how we've continued to press forward on teacher retention and making sure that that is a top line issue for the city. I'm really proud that our budget has expanded. We've hired more staff. We've gotten a new executive director. And the list can go on and on and on. And it starts by not everyone agreeing with each other, but everyone knowing and believing that we can do better for the students in this city. And so with my final words, I look forward to following the state board's work, but also just want to end by saying thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is on adoption of the resolution. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The motion carries. I'm now going to turn over the microphone to my colleague, Vice President Thompson, who will preside over the final ceremonial resolution because it is awkward to call for a resolution honoring yourself.
All right, so in the spirit of not being weird, our final ceremonial resolution is CR 22-37 to honor State Board of Education member Jessica Sutter. Is there a motion? A motion has been made by Representative Gasoy. Is there a second?
Second.
And a third. Okay. This motion has been seconded by, I think Dr. Patterson got in there first. The resolution being properly moved and seconded, Ms. Butler will read the resolution into the record. Good luck, Ms. Butler.
All right, here we go. Final one. The State Board of Education ceremonial resolution to honor the State Board of Education member Jessica Sutter, CR 2237. Whereas DC State Board of Education recognizes Dr. Jessica Sutter and her dedicated service on behalf of the residents of Ward 6 and the District of Columbia in improving educational outcomes for students since her term began in January 2019. Whereas Dr. Sutter is a former middle school teacher with a lifelong passion for educating and nurturing the next generations of leaders, scholars, and citizens of the world, having previously taught in Chicago, Los Angeles, and Washington, D.C. Whereas Dr. Sutter's work in education has been informed and grounded by her time with the Office of the State Superintendent, the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Education, and as a successful strategic manager and thought partner with several other education communities across the United States. Whereas Dr. Sutter served as president of the State Board in 2022, chaired the Education Standards Committee in 2021, and was an appointee to the National Association of State Boards of Education Government Affairs Committee. Whereas Dr. Sutter's leadership on the State Board has been defined by her persistence and dedication in ensuring DC's outdated social studies standards are revised, amplifying data-driven voice related to the state accountability system, advocating for initiatives that supported students biking and walking to school, uplifting voices of sexual assault victims, and serving as an instrumental partner on defining project management processes. Whereas, under her tenure, the State Board has further built and grown its relationship with other education agencies and partners and established itself as a strong and dedicated body of public servants who ground and act who act with the students of the DC at the forefront of every decision. Now, therefore, it be resolved that the District of Columbia Education honors Ward 6 Representative Jessica Sutter on the 21st day of December in the year 2022 for her outstanding service and leadership.
Thank you. Is there discussion on the resolution? I'm going to go to Dr. Patterson first.
I appreciate it. Dr. Sutter, it's personal between us because you are the person who has represented and helped all my children. You represented my children at Ludlow Taylor so eloquently, always caring about their education, always checking in with people, making sure that that school and all the constituents and schools in your ward was doing well. And that meant a lot to me because they knew you and they loved you, and you looked out for them and made sure you were a fine representative of Ward 6. Then you taught my daughter at American University. You were her favorite. I can say this because she's told me her favorite professor. You pushed her, you held her accountable, and she did well. And she graduated because you stuck with her. When it got tough during COVID, whatever the case may be, she was always looking for your class to try to get more information from Dr. Sutter. Then you turned around and sat on my, as a member of my committee, for me to become a doctor. And you gave me great just insight on what it meant to be rigorous, to do a well-written dissertation. So you're personal to our family. You are, to me, part of our family. You were the first person that I got to speak to when I ran, and you were the first person to endorse me. And I really appreciate, the first person, the very first person out the box. You wrote it, and you was like, I'm endorsing him, and that's going to be it. And I appreciate you. I appreciate your leadership. And I just want to say with my last few seconds, I have cast a lot of votes thus far, and I've been very proud of those votes, as I mentioned some tonight. But my proudest moment was to vote for you as president, and you to become our president and lead us this year. It's meant a lot to me. I appreciate your leadership, your friendship, your advocacy, your passion for our families. Thank you.
I'm going to go to help us move us along. Representative Parker, Representative Bernstein, and then Representative O'Leary, in that order.
Okay, so picture it. A sobbing John Boehner to Nancy Pelosi as she was being rewarded at her farewell. He uttered these words, game recognizes game. And I say that because it was a significant moment in U.S. history, if you know the relationship between John Boehner and who he is, as well as his relationship to Nancy Pelosi. But in what he was saying is, I have a great deal of respect for you and your leadership. And the same is true, President Sutter. I think if I were to say on one end, Representative Wattenberg is a legend of the board, I would say another legend on the board would be President Sutter. And again, with that comes darts as well as a lot of praise, and I think you've managed it well over our time. And the one thing I respect most about you, and I don't think I've ever said this, is that you're serious. That you're serious. I take you seriously, and I don't mean that in a condescending way, but I know you have done your homework. I know you believe what you're advocating for. I truly believe you're doing it because you believe it's in the best interest of kids. And if you take nothing away, and if those are watching, I think your time on this board has been serious. And with all of that comes a great deal of respect for me. Last thing I would just say, this last year has also been a period of transition for the state board. Again, hiring a new state executive director, kind of transitioning from this hybrid posture, trying to go back and forth, and I think you've done that well and seamlessly. And so kudos, look forward to seeing all you accomplish next, and thank you for just being a player in the game all this time. So thank you.
Okay, I'll keep it brief. President Sutter, you are the first state board member that I met in person, and you have just been so kind to me, and I know the sentiments are echoed by the other student reps, especially last year's student reps, because it was a very interesting year. But you're just so kind to us. We never feel like we're being condescended to, which is really important. And I know I can say this about pretty much everyone on the board, but it's true. I do look up to you. I think you're just fierce. I don't know how else to say it, but I appreciate you and all your kindness. Thank you.
Me? It's been a journey through Jessica's dogs and her triathlons and all of her travels all over when she never left the board. She'd be in Ireland someplace, or out in California, or up in the Northeast, but since we were all doing virtual, she was always there. And I think that because we came on the board together, that what Zach says about being serious is, I've seen the other side, and the other side is just as good as the serious side. And you've done a fabulous job. It's been great working with you.
Representative Wattenberg. So I just want to say we have disagreed on many, many things, and we have agreed on some things. One thing we did agree on is we needed to launch the social studies, and we did that while Marcus and I were president, and you have really taken that forward, and I've started reading them, and I can't wait to read them more. And also on issues around sort of well-rounded education, I think that we found a lot in common. And I want to say, really to everybody on the board, but I think you're a big piece of it, is that there aren't a lot of boards in the country where you can pull everybody together around the structured literacy and the idea that content matters for comprehension. And I think it really is something that all of us have agreed on that, and that we're moving it forward. And many of us have been pushing that are off, but many of you who are been pushing it are still on. So we look forward to a lot happening with that. So thank you very much.
Representative Gatoy.
I appreciate that you show up. I remember noticing, I think you were sick and you weren't at the retreat. And I was like, I think that might be the first time that Jessica isn't here. And I really appreciate that. And you always do your homework. And I think, echoing some of the other folks who have spoken, it gives us, as a body, greater seriousness. And I will just say also that for me, you know, I've always cared a lot about democracy and worked in a democratically governed school, and then it's nothing like this. Like having to work through things that matter so much to all of us with folks who you disagree with, not just, a lot of times it's really just, I think what Ruth said, we are coming at it really differently. And I value that struggle and that grapple. So I really, I'm glad that you're continuing your work in civics, and I wish you really well.
All right. I would like to say one of the things that I have admired and appreciated is absolutely the fact that you show up honestly and authentically. I appreciate that about you. I also appreciate your ability to get things done. I don't know why anybody shows up and does anything in the world if not to get things done. And I know that when I made the decision to vote for you for president, it was because I knew this year we would get a lot of things done. And I said, okay, A, I've seen her work. B, I've seen her work ethic. C, I see how she treats people even that she disagrees with, and I can respect that. I can work with that, and we need that. And I banked on the fact, and I told people, I said, 1 year from now, we will get so much done on this board. And success often has so many authors, and failure is often an orphan. But my definition of if you can take credit for something is if it would not have happened but for you. The social studies standards would not have happened but for you, Dr. Sutter. We would not have had as many things before us but for you. We would not be talking about a Healthy Schools Network but for you, because I was like, can we do this? And you were like, let me find out. We would not have been able to hire Bernice and have her sitting beside us but for you. The list goes on, but for you. And so I have absolutely appreciated not just working with you, but actually like getting stuff done with you. And I know that we'll see, I look forward to seeing you in January, continuing to push but for making the social studies standards happen. So thank you.
Okay, I don't do well with people. Oh, gosh, okay.
Representative Chang did not raise his hand, but come on with
sorry,
it.
Last thing to add just to
No, please.
what VP Thompson said so eloquently is so much of that also without credit and not seeking the credit, and deeply, everything everyone said, and thank you.
Well, that's a good note to end on, Representative Chang, because I don't really like people talking about me. I am so deeply grateful for everything, and the so many kind things that were said tonight, but this is not my strength. I'm really grateful for having gotten to sit in this place of public service with all of you. I learned from everyone who's on this dais and all the folks who came in the last term. I am grateful for having so many opportunities to work with our students and to speak to and learn from students over the 4 years I served on the board, because I mean, Dr. Patterson said it, but like I am most at home when I am speaking to students, when I'm acting in the space of teaching, when I'm learning with young people. So that is definitely my favorite part of this whole experience. The social studies standards, the ESSA work, they all are, I'm very proud to have been a part of it. I'm very proud that they're happening. I will absolutely be here in January as you all get more comment on it. And don't you think I won't be trying to whip some votes to make sure these standards get through? But I really think that this group of people has helped me grow and cemented for me the reason that continuing to work on civic learning, continuing to work on building a more engaged, informed citizenry and people who are optimistic about democracy. 4 years of tough times on this board, I am more optimistic about the power of democracy, and I'm proud to go forward and get to work on that, and I thank all of you for putting me in that place. So thank you very much for tonight, and thank you for the last 4 years.
All right, seeing no further discussion, the motion is on the adoption of the resolution. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Okay, nobody say no. The ayes have it and the motion carries. I can turn the meeting back over now.
We have two more pieces of work before us, and we're going to make them quick. We have the annual report of the State Board. Over the year, the board amplified community voice and advocated for enhanced public safety measures for our schools, timely settlement for the Washington Teachers Union contract, improvements to the district's response to sexual assault in schools. This report also highlights all the ways we collaborated with other agencies to center student and family voices and needs, including around attendance regulations, the statewide accountability plan, and community service as a graduation requirement. I particularly want to make sure that we all have the chance to thank the staff and fellows of the State Board who made this possible. Ms. Caitlin Peng, Dr. Darren Fleischer, Ms. Malayo Olufemi, Mr. Alexander Jew, Mr. Roma Battle, Ms. Kathleen Coughlin, Ms. Lauren Keeney, Ms. Morelia Hernandez, former Executive Director Mr. John Paul Hayworth, and current Executive Director Ms. Bernice Butler. Thank you all for making not just the report happen, but the work that went into that report happen. I would like to move that we adopt the 2022 annual report. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Oh, wait.
We got second, third, fourths, and fifths. The motion has been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Yep, Dr. Gasoy.
I had a chance to look through it, and it's amazing. So thank you so much to the staff. I do just want to say that there's not enough cat representation on this board, and that I hope that some of you will adopt cats, or that some of our new members have them. I know, but they're not in the book.
Any further discussion on pets or other aspects of the State Board annual report? Great. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is on adoption of the 2022 annual report of the State Board. Ms. Butler, will you please call the roll?
Representative Bernstadt.
Aye.
Representative Gasoy.
Aye.
Representative Chang.
Aye.
Representative Wattenberg.
Aye.
Representative O'Leary.
Aye.
Representative Parker.
Aye.
Representative Patterson.
Aye.
Vice President Thompson.
Aye.
President Sutter.
Aye.
Ayes have it. Motion's passed.
Excellent. One last vote. Our next and final vote will set the meeting schedule for 2023. The State Board does its best to ensure that the public is aware of upcoming meetings as early as possible. We provide this as courtesy for the entire calendar year by setting our schedule now. Once approved, the schedule will be posted in the DC Register and on our website in accordance with the Open Meetings Act. Is there a motion to approve the proposed 2023 schedule of meetings?
So.
Is there a second?
Second.
The motion being properly moved and seconded, is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, the motion is on adoption of the 2023 schedule of meetings. Ms. Butler, will you please call the roll?
Representative Bernstadt.
Aye.
Representative Gasoy.
Aye.
Representative Chang.
Aye.
Representative Wattenberg.
Aye.
Representative O'Leary.
Aye.
Representative Parker.
Aye.
Representative Patterson.
Aye.
Vice President Thompson.
Aye.
President Sutter.
Aye.
The motion is passed.
Great. The schedule is adopted. Members, are there any items of new business or announcements? Representative Wattenberg.
Sorry. I have one final piece of business, my last piece of business for the board. There was another place to say this, but I really do urge the board to urge OSSI to provide more time for the review of the social studies standards. It is a very, very quick review time for a very, very big set of changes. We're right here in the holiday season. A lot of people don't even have them yet. The people who might be organizing other people to look at them aren't around. Everybody's going to a lot of people are going to have new representatives, et cetera, et cetera. So I urge you to do that. The second thing I just want to say is a real shout out to the staff who's not here and to the staff who is here and to our new executive director. I just think putting on these meetings, the first time I was president, and I was just amazed at how the meetings just got pulled off. And you have pulled it off with new staff, less staff, and I'm just, for all of you, many, many, many thanks for helping make this a great final meeting for all of us.
Thank you, Representative Wattenberg. Any further items of new business? Seeing none, I'm going to thank everyone for their time and engagement tonight. It was great to be back in the old council chambers one last time. As a reminder to the viewing public, the State Board will hold its meetings in person. They will next convene at the January 11th working session and the January 18th public meeting in these chambers. With no further business before the State Board, I would now entertain a motion to adjourn. Is there a second? All those in favor say aye. Aye. The ayes have it. This meeting of the District of Columbia State Board of Education is adjourned at 10:13 p.m. Happy holidays to everyone.